Alright, so we're getting back into the Survivor Man Challenge in Farming Simulator 22. For those who haven't seen this, basically we're running almost mod-free. There is a single mod we are running, which is the universal... Oh, that's annoying. I've got the background stuff. We are running the universal autoloader. But we haven't been doing it too much. I'm gonna have to figure out why my lighting is messed up, because I'm getting, if you're looking down here, down here along this edge, I'm getting that artifacting down there. And I haven't changed anything since the last time, so that's annoying. Have I ever played Oxygen Not Included? Yes, we played Oxygen Not Included pretty far into like the mid to late game a while back. I don't think those VODs got up onto YouTube, I can't remember. Let's just try turning that up. Nope, that makes it worse. Let's turn it way down. Okay. It's definitely not ideal what's happening with my lighting on stream. Yeah, I've got a shadow like really bad on this side of my face. Trying to fix that a little bit, but it is what it is. But yeah, no, I have played Oxygen Not Included. It's an excellent game. I do think I'm going to give it another go at some point, but probably not in the short term. Alright, so to catch people up where we're at, so when we started this Survivor Man Challenge, we started with a chainsaw, this truck up on the hill here, and this burnt out bus that we sleep in. So we got a wonderful burnt out bus. It has a wood fire stove. We definitely don't sleep in that bed, some MREs, a table, and that's it. And then we've got this truck. And one of my rules is I may not sell the truck, I may not lease vehicles, I may not take loans. From that, we have built up where I have 2 greenhouses that we run regularly, and then I've got all this farmland over here that we built. We just did a harvest, or it's completely overtaken by weeds. I don't really care. But the immediate priority I have is that because we did just do these fields, there is nothing worthwhile still on them. But basically my current objective I'm trying to get going is I really want to build a grain mill. Because once I get a grain mill, I can start turning our crop into flour, and I can start selling that at a premium. That should up the value I'm getting per harvest. At least that's what it's supposed to do on paper. But we are playing in the absolute hardest difficulty, so I can't just hire people to do all of the work for me, because unfortunately when I do that, it financially ruins me. So I gotta do a lot of the work myself. The good news is I don't have to worry about too much that, because I've kind of been monocropped, like the last couple I had been doing a bunch of different stuff, but this last one I monocropped, so everything was the same, just so it all was done at the same time. It's allowed me to kind of just run through here and just... I can spend a couple in-game days getting all the fields prepped, and then I spend like one really long day to plant everything, and then there's nothing I have to worry about for the fields for a couple more days, and then we harvest, kind of repeat. But the plan right now is I'm going to work on plowing these fields to get them ready. And then what I'm going to end up doing is turning around with what I pull out of these fields and putting them in the grain mill we're going to build and all that. It looks like some of the reflections on your green screen in the top right of the camera. It is. They didn't adjust anything. One of my lights must have gotten bumped since the last time I did stream. Now you gotta spend no time tweaking it. Yeah, like I'm right on the fence where you can actually see the tiniest little bit of artifacting up here, and a tiny bit of artifacting down there. And when I adjust one, the other one gets worse. So I gotta sit down there and actually properly tune. I'm not gonna be able to do that on stream. So unfortunately, it does look like it's gonna just be a pain kind of thing. Like I said, I don't really know what changed, but something got changed. Here's one thing I can test. Alright, so that makes the thing down the bottom right worse. But I might be able to fix that doing this. Okay. That might do. I killed my overhead light and adjusted. No, that doesn't really fix it that much, does it? There's just no happy medium here. I think it's about as good as we're gonna get. Streaming. Where you change absolutely nothing and it stops working the way you want it. Literally, I took 2 days off and didn't change anything, and it's acting up. I'm also noticing the color on me is pretty bleached out in my face. It's making me look very gaunt. So I'm gonna have to fuss with that a decent amount after stream. Oh well. I feel like this is a regular thing that happens. I'm either fussing with some audio thing that's gotten messed up because Windows updated, or I'm messing with some lighting thing, even though I've changed nothing in the whole situation.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for subscribing for 24 months.
Hey, Randall Thor, thank you. Morning. Hey, Randall Thor, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That is 24 heckin' months you've been subbed to channel. 2 whole years. That is a really long time to support the channel, and it means a whole heck of a lot that you'd keep coming back and keep supporting. Thank you so much for that continued support. I wouldn't be able to keep doing this if it wasn't for, you know, all the kindness and generosity that so many of you show me, tuning in and hanging out all the time. So thank you so much for that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much. Alright, so what we're doing at the moment, we're just plowing some fields, getting this ready. Right now it's November, so we're outside of the grow season, so we're not going to be planting right away. But I want to get the fields plowed because that's one of the things I need to do before we can grow our next crop. So I'm going to take 2 seconds to look at the schedule. Oats are going to be the next grain I can plant, which is what I would put into the grain mill, so I think that's what we are going to plant. I'm just going to go with the strategy of trying to plant anything I can toss in the grain mill and toss in the grain mill. I don't know how well this is or isn't going to work. The worst case scenario is the grain mill ends up being a bust and we don't make as much money from it, at which point we just don't use it for the time being. Which would be okay, because we could just deactivate it. It'd have a tiny, tiny, tiny monthly expense that we could pretty much ignore. But once the grain mill is built, depending on how that goes, we got a couple of options of what we would do next. One option is we would build a silo. If I just need to store a bunch of materials for running the grain mill, that kind of thing, then I would build a silo to store all that, and we'd be in good shape. Another option of what I could potentially do is, if it does seem like there's enough storage in the grain mill that we can harvest and it can just keep running for a while and that's all good, is then instead of that, what I could do is buy another chunk of land, get some more fields running on it, and then I think our next building acquisition would be probably a bakery. You think the mill is just there so you can make bread later to make the profit that way? Yeah, no, the bread is probably where the real profit is. But unfortunately, I don't have what I need to make bread. We can actually check that real fast. First of all, what's for sale? Nothing I care about. So if we were to go into construction, we can go to production. Yes, the bakery does... Yes, the bakery would take flour, but also has eggs, milk, sugar, a bunch of stuff. And then you can make, depending on what you put in, bread or cake. And that's 50,000. But that 50,000 is useless without the flour coming in. Now, I don't know if you need all of that or some of that. Like, I'm assuming when we build the bakery, it'll be like, okay, you need these 3 to make bread. Like, maybe you need the flour, the egg, and the probably just the flour and the egg or whatever. But we'll figure that out when we get there. Regardless of, it's no use without the mill to make the flour in the first place. And for the record, you can actually assign workers to do this part. I am allowed to use workers, but the problem is they're expensive. And at the phase of the game I'm in, money is precious. So it's kind of only if I'm going to lose money, like because I can't get a harvest done in time or whatever, is about the only time I bring in a worker now. I had depended on workers for like one stream. I was going really hard with the workers. And we figured out over the course of an entire stream that I had played, I had only made like $1,000. Because while I had made $20,000, $30,000 during the stream, it had all been eaten up by the workers. And so I was like, okay, I just cannot do that. It'll get better later on as I get bigger tools. Like right now, I'm using the biggest plow I have available. I do think ultimately in the long term, I'm going to switch to using a cultivator because you can just go way faster. But for me to justify using a cultivator, I need like a really good sprayer. And for me to get a really good sprayer, that's another purchase I have to do. And so I just really don't have the money for it. That's going to be the theme of the entire early game is I don't have the money. Like, here's the thing I could do, but I don't have the money. And that'll keep going, but as we start ramping up our production, the rate we get money begins to ramp up, and now become less and less of a problem. Like, especially, like, right now if I get another field, that's an additional amount of money. So if we pretend every one of these fields represents 10,000 a season or whatever, I don't know the exact amount. So I've got 5. If I get another field, it means I get 10,000. If I get another field, I get 10,000. But if I can set up production lines where it takes what's in my fields and I get like an extra 30-40% on it or more, then that means all of my fields I get 30-40%. So if it's 30% and I have more than 3 fields, it's like getting a whole field plus some change. So that's the reason we're worrying about production lines, is that's where the money's at. Once you set up enough of a production line, you can just get lots and lots of cash rolling in. I do think for tomorrow's stream, we'll probably be starting with RimWorld. I think we're down to 1 or 2 streams left of this current run before it's concluded one way or the other. Like either A, we win because we finished the Arco Nexus because we're down to our last reset, and I think we left off at like 280,000 out of the 350 we need, and we had made almost 80,000 during the stream. And we've hit that point that our colony is kind of stabilizing, like on that reset. So it's really, I just gotta keep the colony from getting killed in that time. And then once we get that, the Arco Nexus, once you get that third part, that third reset, it goes fast. It's not like when you build, I won't spoil what the actual ending is, but it's not like when you build the ship, it's like, okay, hunker down and ride it out for the next, what is it like, thing? Seeing the farm. The words of this view. Yeah, we've had, I've been really happy that, like, I understand December tends to be it's a pretty good time overall for viewership on Twitch. Now, it does have particular days where viewership dips because, a bunch of people are on holiday and whatnot. But I've been very happy just in general that we've had a lot of people turning out, hanging out, with a variety of different games, and that makes me much happier, because, like, I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before no. Like, we had the whole thing with Project Zomboid blowing up on the channel, but that was kind of before the last Christmas. I want to say it was, like, things really started to die off in the Project Zomboid category, like, fall last year, I want to say. is when things really started to take a hit, if I'm remembering correctly. I might not be. And so, like, you know, things were on, like, the downswing last December where my numbers were up on average compared to, like, the month before and all that because holidays, but it was still down on average compared to, like, the rest of the year, even though I was still playing Project Zomboid at that point pretty heavily. And, like, right now we're at better than those numbers were. Not like peak Zomboid numbers. Peak Zomboid numbers I was averaging like honestly when tonight caps out, like whatever it peaks at, usually around that is about the same as peaking out with Project Zomboid. Now granted, it's taking us a little bit longer to get there on these streams than it did on those ones, but again, you're talking about a game that popped out, like absolutely exploded on Twitch for a hot minute, you know, while it was at its absolute max, and while I was on a world record run at the time as well. So, like, the stars had aligned for me. So it's kind of one of those things that, you know, right place, right time, right decision kind of thing. And it wasn't that as a planned thing for the category. I didn't plan to get into Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid was just a game that interested me, just the same as, like, at the time, RimWorld was a game I was mostly playing the channel back then. But it's also playing Project Zomboid as well, and it just blew up on me. Like, I got known in the category, and then immediately afterwards, Build 41 dropped. And so that carried us to partner. And as that dropped off, like, you know, the numbers dipped. They went down to, like, 55, 65 average while still playing Project Zomboid. My variety content was averaging around the, you know, 65 mark, give or take, which is when I kind of forced the issue of switching to variety because, you know, I had been burning on Project Zomboid, felt kind of cornered in the category that, like, you know, you wake up and it's like, I don't want to play Zomboid, but I feel like I need to play Zomboid to protect the channel or whatever. But, you know, you're watching that number just keep on climbing down in that category, going, what the heck do I even do? But, you know, I basically was like, all right, I'm all in on just making variety happen. We're just gonna back off Zomboid, and I've been very happy with that. And that said, I am gonna be back into Zomboid for Build 42. We still pop it out once in a while. We haven't brought it out in a little bit here. I think we brought out, like, 2 weeks ago, we had a stream of Zomboid or two or something like that. But, I've generally been playing not a whole lot. Like, we had started a new run. Like, the super long run's still alive. But, I'd gotten feedback the last time that a lot of people were kind of tired of seeing the meat grinder, which is unfortunately just what Project Zomboid late game is just meat grinder. But as well as things that, like, we had started a new run, I had an idea for it. And I don't think the idea of the run was bad, but where I went, I had anticipated being able to build a base off of a bridge, but for whatever reason, they made it so you can't. There's, like, a one-tile space that is not usable, which kind of ruined my entire base plan when I'd already kind of committed to it, which kind of scuffed that whole run. And so even though that character's not dead, it's like, it's demotivated me from wanting to play it anymore, because it's, you kind of know how it plays out from here, because I have it where it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So my choices are I can just abandon that area, at which point now I just played 16 times pop with extremely aggressive respawns, which means I'm just king of the hilling till I die, which won't be that interesting if I have to run out to a low pop area and I won't be able to fight my way into a high pop area again. So it's just kind of the whole run scuffed due to that. Which has happened. Anytime I've experimented with a bunch of different challenges, we usually have one or two challenges that just end up being a complete and utter miss. Like I tried taking all of the meta events and turning them up to their max, and that ended up being an absolute snooze fest. Like even at their max, they're only slightly different than the normal amount. So it just didn't change anything. We tried the no loot thing, like the absolute, there's just no loot available in any of the houses or anything. And that was interesting, but it was one of those ones that just became a tedious grind very quickly. Like, I had gotten to the point where it's like, okay, we can handle this. I've got a rhythm now, but the rhythm wasn't fun. This is No Man's Land. Yep. This is No Man's Land. If you demolish every challenge, there aren't challenges. Failing is key too. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The issue was coming up with new and exciting challenges. You're playing that to plant 2,000 trees on it? Oh, neat. And thank you for the Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well. Is it... Ooh, let's see. I don't know how to handle the SHJN. So it's like... Darshnik. Something like that. Apologize if I got that wrong, trying. But if I did get it wrong, by all means, let me know how to pronounce it. I'll do my best to get it right. Correct? Cool. Well, thank you. Are you interested in doing a blind restart in Project Zomboid Build 42? Or will you attempt to port an old save? Oh, no, it's going to be a fresh start. Absolutely. Oh, okay. So the J... Alright, that makes a lot of sense. The J is like a middle initial. That's the reason I was like, man, I do not see, like... Just, like, trying to think of all the different languages, I've kind of learned to, like, work my way through the pronunciations. Like, I don't see how the J fits in here. Middle initial makes sense. Nah, but it's gonna be a brand new... It's gonna be a brand new run for Build 42, because there's gonna be massive changes to the map we won't see. They're gonna redo the crafting system. They're gonna be doing a skill system. It's entirely possible our Build 41 characters will be not compatible with Build 42. Just to be clear, to warn you, when they do these major update builds, there is a lot of time that your old saves won't come forward. Or if they do come forward, there will be jank. Especially because like the rebuilding the entire crafting system and like the skill system and the map. There's gonna be a lot of stuff that if you can bring it forward is just gonna get left behind. You're playing Farm Sim 19? Gotcha. Yeah, that is one of the things I was thinking. Like, if they announce next year, it's like, okay, you know, it's Farm Sim 2024 or Farm Sim 24 is out or whatever. I don't think that's the direction they're going. I think they're going to just drop more DLC for a while. But if they did come out with Farm Sim 2024 or whatever, it's like, okay, now, as long as most of the functionality came forward with it, I would be okay with it. It was like Farm Sim 2024, and then we're like really, you know, like a really big step back as far as content depth. I don't know how I'd want to handle that. Major differences between Farm Sim 19 and Farm Sim 22. So, for the record, I have not played Farm Sim 19. Farm Sim 22 is my first one. But the things I have been told, like the biggest one is in Farm Sim 19, you need to use mods to get any type of production line kind of stuff in the game. That is baked into Farm Sim 22 that, you know, I can get I can get wheat, take it to a grain mill, take the flour to a bakery, also bring in eggs and milk and strawberries and sugar, and then the bakery can make like bread and cake, all that kind of stuff. I understand that, from my knowledge, lumberjacking, all that has been significantly changed. We do have seasons. Like, we're about to start getting into where we're going to get snow soon and all that. They did add, my knowledge is they added the field stones is new in this one. Now, granted, my understanding is most people turn them off because even with the best equipment, they're still kind of... Like, you can only go so fast. I think the widest tool gets to be like 5.5 meters, and it's not that big. So I do understand a lot of people turn off the field stones. And we had them on at the beginning of this run because, you know, that was just in line with the challenge. And then I had a lot of feedback that people were like, yeah, we don't want to see these. Like, it's just another step you have to do to prep a field. It's slow. It's uninteresting. Like, get rid of them. It's like, alright, that's fair. They can be turned on off at any time. Are you playing single player? Yes. Generally speaking, most of the time on this channel, I will be playing solo. I do play multiplayer stuff from time to time, but I primarily prefer to do solo content because I do aim for, like, chill vibes, relaxing stuff. Like, you know, people dealing with anxiety can find a place to, you know, find good headspace. People have like gotten all wound up from work and, you know, have a thing where they can calm down before they try and call it a night, and, you know, all that good stuff. But multiplayer games, you know, there's a fun amount of chaos that happens, but it's not super well aligned with kind of the value I try to offer in the channel. You play Farm Sim 19 with multiplayer homies? Yeah, no, we played Farm Sim 22 with multiplayer a couple of times. I've also done American Truck Sim multiplayer. I've done Stage of K2 multiplayer. I've done Project Zomboid multiplayer. What else have we done multiplayer channel? We did Played Up one time. No, actually 2 times. Very, very briefly, very early in the channel, we did Raft and Stardew Valley multiplayer. Those didn't end up going particularly far. Like, actually, I did a full playthrough of Raft and a full playthrough of Stardew Valley, but it was later on. You also played American Truck Simulator as well, multiplayer? Yeah. I do enjoy multiplayer, but I tend most of the time these days to play games solo. Honestly, just not wanting to take the time to get everything sorted out and figured out for multiplayer and all that. Especially with games that don't handle mods elegantly. Like games where I can sit there and be like, I want to play together, join their lobby, okay, the mod's been grabbed and you're good. Like, it just happens automatically. Like, that's fine. But, like American Truck Sim, you gotta install all the mods in advance. Or, sorry, not American Truck Sim, Farming Simulator. You gotta install all the mods in advance. Make sure you're on the exact same versions. And you'll have it where you can't, like, easily go back to a previous version on the mod shop thing that they have. So you gotta go and, like, find an archive with it or have them take their zipped copy of it and drop it over, because maybe they've got a server and there's some problem with a new one. Like, it ends up being a whole big hassle. It's not that bad. I'm kind of overstating it a little bit, but compared to double click on join, several seconds go by or a minute or whatever, depending on how bad the mod situation is, and then you're just good. You get really spoiled with games that handle that well. Because, like, the easiest way to manage that with friends is, like, get on a Discord, get your mod set, have whoever's, like, got the server or hosting or whatever, just have them go to their mod folder and just, like, select all the mods, go to Discord, drop them all into a folder, and be like, put those in your folder. It's the only way to do that without having to, like, talk people through each and every mod, which version to grab and all that, and having people deal with it. Alright. Catch you later, Darsh. Thank you for dropping in. And so the next big thing I have in game is, I believe it's February, is when we sell all of the when we sell all the stuff from the greenhouses. That's when their price is the highest. And that's the point that we'll actually have the money we need for the grain mill and for planting everything. And then in March, I can plant the oats. Yeah, because we can plant the oats in March, we harvest them in July, we can plant wheat in July. Yep. Well, I think conceptually in the game, it's not that demand is high, its supply is low, because you're selling it off-season. Which, in real life, that doesn't work with a lot of the crops. Like, you can't just take a whole bunch of lettuce, chuck it on the back of a truck and let it sit there for 6 months until, you know, it's out of season to sell it. You'll have a cart full of boxes full of mold. Same with strawberries. Like, if you're talking, like, frozen strawberries or something, it's like, okay, you can store those a while, but frozen strawberries have very different texture from not frozen strawberries. They lose a lot of their firmness. They're still good, they're still useful for a lot of things, but it's like you tend to use frozen strawberries with, like, putting on sundaes or in smoothies or in milkshakes or stuff. Versus you're just gonna, like, grab a strawberry, you know, like, rinse them off and just take a hunk out of it. That'll be good. Nick says, you keep checking on Little Gardening sometimes, just to see if they announce the release date. Nothing since December 13th, which is when they said they will announce it soon. It's okay, I can wait, even though the Comedic Cozy would hit the spot right now. Oh yeah, Little Guardsman is one I'm really looking forward to. To you, nothing tastes worse than a greenhouse tomato? It depends. I've had hydroponic tomatoes that are grown in greenhouses that are some of the best tomatoes I've ever had. I actually don't think I have a strong opinion about a greenhouse tomato. Like, I don't think something being grown in a greenhouse necessarily has an inherent difference. They just don't have the texture. Are you sure that's not the not breed, that's not the word I'm looking for. The subgroup or whatever of tomato? Because, like, that's the thing. If you get, like, a lot of people when they grow in the ground, they'll grow, like, beefsteak tomatoes, which are extremely firm tomatoes. Variety, thank you, which are very firm tomatoes. They're used for, like, for burgers and that. You want, like, those really firm tomatoes for that. Versus, like, you can get, the vine ripe tomatoes are a lot, not squishier, I don't want to imply they're there. They're nowhere near as firm. And you tend to use those for, like, salsa and stuff like that. Hey, Calaria Star, how's it going? So it could just be, like, the greenhouses in your area are growing a variety of tomato that's not... Oh, that's not what I want to do. That's not your jam. Versus hydroponics lets you get away with tomatoes... Well, actually... Hydroponics and greenhouse let you get away with tomatoes that may not actually be particularly well suited for your area. But, you know, greenhouse, you're effectively making a somewhat controlled environment. Because I definitely know there are hundreds of varieties of tomato. And I've definitely tried growing a bunch of them. And I had some I actually didn't end up liking very much. That, you know, I grew a tomato that's supposed to be, you know, very similar to another variety I liked, and just, you know, either the flavor was different, the texture was different. Some of them just didn't survive that they're supposed to grow in the area, but they were different enough that something that the other tomato could handle just fine was a little bit outside the tolerance of the one we planted. Because I used to grow tons and tons and tons of different varieties of tomatoes and peppers in my garden. Back when it's good about actually keeping it up. It also could be if you're getting greenhouse tomatoes from a specific farm or whatever. It could even not be the variety, but, like, you know, picking them too early, so, you know, they're a little closer to the green side versus a little bit more on the, not necessarily overripe, but more ripened side. Stuff like that as well. Like, I know certain grocery stores I go to, I can't stand their tomatoes because it's clear they picked them while they're still just straight up green. And they just barely get red by the time they bring it to the store, which I get some people want that. But for me, that usually ends up being nowhere near as tasty. The texture's fine for me, though. Those are a bit on the firmer side, but usually don't taste the same. They usually have, like, a more acidic taste. Claire says, not bad. Is that terribly anxiety-filled dinner? Yeah. Sometimes being around family can be a lot of anxiety. You wish you had a greenhouse? You wish you had a greenhouse? Had to take your high tunnel down? Getting told to deal with them? Gotcha. Even if I wanted a greenhouse, I don't have a place to put it in the backyard. Hey, Dev So Dusty. Merry Christmas to you as well. like the backyard I have in my house, like we have a patio, but like I'd have to give up the patio for a greenhouse because it basically goes straight from that to wilderness kind of thing. Like it's a green belt thing, and it's just you go far enough in, and then suddenly you're on the road, and all that kind of stuff. But it's just not. There's just not space for a greenhouse. That, and there's an HOA, and they would say absolutely not, and there'd be fines, and it's not a good time. You went out to a restaurant, there were so many people, and it was so loud. So many things your anxiety does worse with. Yeah, no, I can hear you on that. I definitely, like, I can stand being around a crowd, but it very quickly starts to, like, get under my skin, and it's more of an exhaustion thing, so, like, an introvert thing than, like, an anxiety thing. But it's the same way as, like, when places are particularly loud or particularly crowded, it is, like, just someone just straight draining the batteries out of me that I don't have as much patience as I used to. Like, and it's funny because I used to do all sorts of conference talks, and that was always true even with that as well. But like with the conference, it's kind of like you get into with that big crowd and you do that for a little bit, and then you can kind of like, you know, go into a session. Yeah, there's a bunch of people there, but people are being generally, you know, quiet, so it's not as draining. And if you're like really, really getting drained, you know, you can go off, grab dinner or lunch or whatever, go for a walk away from the conference if possible. Go back to your hotel room if you're like really not going well. That it usually didn't get that bad for me. Sometimes I made a mistake of one time at one conference having, I think it was like there's like 5 or 6 different sessions I was talking at. That one I ended up having to go back to the hotel before the night was over, because it's just like, you'd have your session, immediately after the people would like swarm around you to like want to ask you a whole bunch of questions and all, which is a good thing. But, you know, there's no break, no rest. You just kind of get burned. And then, you know, when you have that many sessions at one conference, you kind of go and you humor people for a while and hang out with them. And you want to, you know, make sure you're being respectful of everyone and show that you actually do want to hear from them and all that. But then I have to be like, hey, I gotta go. My next talk is in like 10 minutes, and I gotta get there and get set up. And then just doing that back to back to back for like 2-3 days straight. And like that one spot you don't have a talk, you just immediately go back to your hotel room. It's like, half hour, I'm not going near anyone. I didn't ever do that again. I did that one time. I was like, never again. Hard limit at 3 talks per conference. And to be fair, a lot of conferences, independent of anything I went through, started implementing that as well, because a lot of their people who were giving talks after like that 3rd talk, or even the 2nd talk sometimes, the quality just dropped because they were just too frazzled, too tired. Wiseman saying, picking when they're green is great for making pickles or chutneys, but yeah, if you want tomatoes for salads, vine ripe is always better. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, when you pick a tomato earlier, they can also do, like, fried green tomatoes is a thing, where you deliberately take your tomatoes off earlier because they have a little bit of a different taste, and then you fry them, and that actually works well with frying. You do max 2 talks a day? Yeah, no, I made it 3 a conference, which ultimately ends up one day being usually 2 talks and one day being 1 talk. And I usually prefer having the 1 talk be the 2nd day, but that's what I've always been non-negotiable. I haven't done many talks lately, not since the pandemic went full swing. One of the conferences, actually I take that back, 2 of the conferences I talk to regularly, one stopped hosting it at the location that I preferred, that was convenient for me. And then the way they actually handled, like, they had one scheduled right when the pandemic really kind of kicked off, and they kept trying to make it happen, and just the way they entirely handled that whole thing was just way too sour of a note. I'm like, I'll never talk at your conference again. Like, you screwed so many people who are supposed to go here. You screwed your people talking. I understand you're trying to avoid losing money, but like, it's like you basically took that money out of a whole bunch of people. So it's like, on principle, I won't go to your I won't speak at your event anymore. And then the place I really, really liked giving a talk, it was a conference that got held in Portland, Oregon. It's a nice small one. It was like one I really, really liked because it was small, but for a small one, it ended up getting a lot of big names at it. Like, you know, I would be there. You'd have some higher ups from Google, from like when I say higher ups, you're talking like team leads on their dev team, that kind of stuff would show up there from like Google and Microsoft. So it kind of ended up being this thing that you'd have like a bunch of locals from Portland were there, and then you had like all these people flying in from all over the place because it was all centered around open source and all that. And like a lot of really good talent came through there. So I really enjoyed doing that because it was also structured weird that it didn't follow the normal conference format of, you know, like a week beforehand, you'd get the schedule being like, here's who's talking what days. They would have, here's the keynote, here's the closing, and then you would basically have, what do people want to hear? Like you'd have people be like, I have a presentation, you know, you like put your little sticky note on the board kind of thing, and people could show up if they want. And there wasn't a whole lot of like formal talks. There's a lot more in-person ad hoc stuff, and it ended up being really good. Because it's kind of like the whole conference could adjust based on what the current interests were, versus, and I'm guilty of this myself, you would go to the more formal conferences where you have to submit your talks in advance, or, you know, they would request thing and all that kind of stuff like well in advance, and there'd have to have an approval and all that. They'd want to look over your slides in advance and have them and all that. So you'd have to do like all this stuff that would take so much process and procedure to get through that, you know, you would have your talk established 6-8 months ahead of time, and you'd end up recycling those talks, which is fine as long as you're not recycling them at the same conference. Like that's the only one that I would say is a party foul. Like it's one thing if like I give this talk about accessibility at this conference, and I go to this conference on the other side of the country and I give the same talk, you know, with whatever notes I took from that one and tweaked and whatever. That's fine, because the likelihood of you having overlap of more than like 1 or 2 people is next to none, and people will notice it as the same title and they'll be like, okay, like that's the same talk, and that's fine because it's still valuable information. But when you go to like this dev conference this year, you give the talk, and then next year you give the same talk, and then next year you give the same talk. Most conferences will shoot you down for that, but then people come back and they'll be like, well, a bunch of these talks are repeats. That sucks. But like the more ad hoc stuff, it ends up being way more interesting, authentic. It's way less formalized. You'll still have people with slides because they'll be like, oh, we want to talk about this? Yeah, I happen to give a talk on that. Like, you know, and they don't bother going through like the whole procedure so much. Like they kind of pick out the handful of slides. Like, no, this is the really important information for like a discussion. So like with accessibility, you know, I have a talk, and I gave it on the channel like early on. I actually did this. I gave my entire accessibility talk. What does ad hoc mean? It'd be along the line of like wing it, fly by the seat of your pants kind of thing. So it's not that you have this whole organized thing so much as you just kind of roll with it. I know I'm giving lots of idioms. I'm trying to think of what a not idiom would be of that. So I'm trying to use a variety of them. So it is, you know, it is something that you don't have a formal plan. You just kind of, when you show up, you go, you know, you want to do this, you want to do this, you want to do this, okay, let's do it. So you are just rolling with it. When necessary. Yeah. So like I wouldn't say, I mean, yes, unprepared, but usually unprepared has like a negative connotation. Like if I say someone they were unprepared for the conversation, or the conversation was unprepared, it makes it sound like it was kind of a mess. And I get you're right. It has baggage with that phrase. Versus when unstructured. Yes, unstructured sounds better. Because it doesn't have that attached negative connotation. Because like if your boss goes, it was unprepared. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like Right, you don't have like and like even like that's the thing with the unprepared. You still had prepared stuff. It was just not necessarily prepared for this kind of thing. But it's fun. But it's a way less formal thing. And I've done a number of those conferences. There used to be a conference in Orlando that had a similar structure that was called Bar Camp. I don't think they do it anymore. I haven't checked in a while. But it was like literally they had this street that there's a bunch of like nice places to eat and bars and all that on it. Hence the name Bar Camp. But it's like right off kind of the downtown area. I mean, it's in downtown area. I shouldn't say it's right off. It's straight up in downtown area, but it's like right off those main two roads that make up downtown Orlando. And they would just roll out a whiteboard and be like, okay, anyone who wants to give a talk, like put your idea up on the board, and then people would go up and then, mark down if that's a talk they wanted to see. And, all the talks that got enough marks on it, they would be the ones giving the talks. Which, to my date, one of my favorite talks was at that event, which was Front Page, Best Page, where people probably won't know what the Microsoft Front Page tool is, and that's probably a good thing for all of society. That Front Page was a thing that Microsoft made where you didn't need to be at all tech savvy to make a website, and it's good for that, but the code it would spit out was an absolute abomination against everything that is good and kind in the world. Like, it is straight up the kind of code you hand someone if you want them to never code again in their lives, because it was bad what it spat out. But all that said, it was what's referred to as a WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. So you could, you could take your Word-like application, you could drag a picture right here, you could put some text over there, you could put a text box down here, you'd say I want a list over here, you could put a bunch of links over there, you just click and drag and it looks all pretty. And then you look at the code in the back and it was absolute nightmare fuel. Like, it was the least maintainable thing that, like, once you started using Front Page, you were absolutely committed to using Front Page for everything. And your pages were extremely bloated because it did it in a very inefficient way because it was easier to make it work. You get reliable results, but it was one of those things that you were stuck using Front Page, and you could never get another dev to pop in there and really work on it, because the moment they tried to adjust everything would get, like, messed up in all sorts of different ways. And I won't go into the technical of why. But, so it is an industry reviled program. But the entire talk was around people get very opinionated in software dev about their tool being the best and everyone else's tool being awful, or whatever tool they believe is the best, not necessarily what they're good at, but like whatever they think is the best being the best, and everyone else's tool is terrible and no one should use it by comparison, even though that's BS. Hey Billy Ryder, how's it going? And happy Christmas to you as well. But so the entire talk was he takes this tool that is 100% kind of, as an industry, we've decided is awful and no one should use it. Like, it's a big no. And so what they did is they made, like, in the course of this half-hour talk, they made a fully functional, like, e-commerce website. So you could go in, you could find the item, you'd say, I'd like 2 of those, add to your cart, and buy it. And he made it with this tool. And, his comment was like, what's wrong with this website? And everyone's like, oh yeah, like, you're using Front Page. He's like, no, you're wrong. There's nothing wrong with this website. If I give this to a customer, congratulations, they're making money. Like, in the course of half hour, I have our customer making money. It's just totally good. Like, the customer, they've gotten their product, they're making money, they're in business, everyone's happy. There is nothing wrong with this. Do we, from a quality side, hate it? Yes, but like it's our own like personal elitism, our personal whatever is the only reason that we don't use this. It goes, do I recommend using front page? No. But it's like, if someone uses Ruby and someone else uses, C#, who cares? Both of you are going to make a commercially viable website who is going to, serve its role, assuming you've coded it right. It doesn't matter which is theoretically better. Did they deliver the product and does it work? Yes, you're good. That's what matters. But yeah, it was a fun thing, and he kept that website up for years. Eventually it went down. I don't know if like he stopped paying for it, because it's probably the same thing as like with my courses I published. I did a webinar on Facebook as part of that, and as part of that I left like the sample code up so you could go and check out like what we had made during the webinar and all that good stuff. And I kept that up for a while. I had left the job and I had these really mixed feelings about what to do. It wasn't a website. I made a point of sale system, but that's what I made for the webinar, which was relevant for what I was doing. But and I was torn on it for a long time because I wasn't going to take the time to update it as a tech god update. I didn't work for that company anymore. But like my name was still attached to the webinar. People could still access it, so I still cared about having that code available. Like it being outdated, it's like, yeah, that webinar's 2 years old. It's 2 years old. It's not going to be up to date. But like I was kind of pretty unhappy with the company with how things went down. And I finally was like, you know what? To heck with it. If anyone's checking for this webinar, one, they're checking information that's like four years out of date now. Like, they're getting bad information at this point. It was good information at the time, but now it's not relevant anymore. You sleep well, you made. Thank you for hanging out. And Layla Sim saying, in those old days, you loved front page because you had no idea how to make a website always. Oh no, that's the thing. Like that's part of it. You learn that stuff. Like you'll have people be like, Drupal's terrible, don't use Drupal. Front page is terrible, don't use front page. WordPress is terrible, don't use WordPress. Squarespace is terrible, don't use Squarespace. First of all those things are totally fine. I actually, if I want to hand a website off to someone who does not know web dev and not have to babysit them for the rest of my life, I point them at Squarespace. Are they going to be able to figure it all out? No. Are they going to get most of the stuff done? Yep, good enough. Like, they'll do fine. It'll be okay. They'll probably rip out some of their hair before they're done, but it is fairly accessible. What I'm not going to do is code up an entire thing in something like Ruby on Rails or .NET, or what is it, ASP.NET, or PHP, or, man, I can't remember what the Python was. The Python web server was. I'm not going to code up something like that and be like, here you go, it's not my problem now. Because I'm going to be called back the very next day when they're like, well, we want to make a change, we don't know how. It's like, well, that's a you problem. And I understand people's like, oh, well, just keep charging them. It's like, man, half these people are like little mom and pop shops. They don't got the money. What are these medium businesses? They're like, oh yeah, we need a website. What's our budget? $1,000. Well, that's not going to cut it for very much. It's not a particularly large website budget. You're getting a Squarespace thing spun up on a weekend. And even like, for example, like if someone's like, you're a content creator and you just want to have your own website, just use Squarespace. Unless you happen to be a web dev or just have a strong curiosity about it, just make a Squarespace website. There's other options. I'm not trying to say Squarespace is the the cat's meow or whatever, but like that's one I know that I recommend. But there's a bunch of them. There's like a whole bunch of them. It doesn't matter. Choose any of them that's really well rated. You'll be good. Wiseman said a lot of industries end up being steered on nothing more than personal preferences, prior knowledge of technology. Genuine advances are usually put the sword that way. Yeah. Well, that's like I know a lot of people get really, really upset when Windows updates, but like for as reviled as, for example, Windows Vista was when that popped out, that was one that didn't didn't make people happy for a whole lot of reasons, a lot of them well deserved. That was very much a 100% necessary update for security reasons. The fact that you could just install anything anywhere without any warnings or whatever, like even ignoring the user side of it, Windows Vista coming to be had a chilling effect on software devs doing all sorts of not good practices, because it would make Windows prompt going, hey, do you want to give this admin access? And people be like, oh, this little like silly little dancing bar thing shouldn't need system access to my computer. Why is this asking for that? It ended up being huge in security in the long run. Now, don't get me wrong, a whole lot of people trained themselves to ignore it, and they had to like fine-tune how often it popped up and all that. But prior to that, people didn't even realize half the stuff they were doing in computers. And a whole bunch still don't. But that's, you know, you can only do so much. But it made a lot of more people start second-guessing when they'd click on something and be like, I want to run as admin. It's like, no. I don't actually want this program that bad. Genuine advantages usually happen when irresponsible positions drop out. Do you mean unresponsible? Or like basically the sticks in the mud. When the sticks in the mud get out of the way. Because there is value in having people calling the shots in your teams, where you have a couple sticks in the mud and you got a couple starry-eyed, you know, rookies. You want both those people on your team, because what'll happen, and they will argue, and that's unfortunately part of it. What'll happen is the one person will be like, we can't do the new thing. It's going to blow up in our face. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be awful. All that kind of stuff. And then you'll have the, the starry-eyed person who'll be like, well, there's this new technology. It'll be able to enable us to do X, Y, Z and all that kind of stuff. And you'll usually end up somewhere in between, where...
Thank you, Nemix 8686 for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Nemix, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy your brand new advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. I do appreciate that. But yeah, so as well as things, and what you'll do is you'll have the junior developer. They're like, we should totally do this, and here's all the reasons it's good. And you have the stick in the mud that goes, here's all the reasons that we shouldn't do this. And you start to pick up on the reasons that aren't actually reasons on both ends of that argument. You'll have, like, the one where it's like, we should do this, it's a new tech. That's not a good reason. Like, it just being the new thing? No, that's it being the new fad isn't a good reason. Get out of here. Just the same as, you know, we shouldn't do it because when we do new things, they break. That's not a good reason. Get out of here. But, like, it tends to be a whole thing. But it is a painful thing that you will have arguments and all that. As long as they can treat each other like adults, that's fine. And that as a team lead, that's one of the things you gotta nip in the bud. And this tends to be more senior developer to junior, and it probably is true, like, transcends different industries, is when you start having your senior talking down to the junior, you jump on that. It's like, hey, you got more experience, but when was the last time you learned something new? Like, you're both here because you offer stuff to the team, and like, in the eyes of the company, you are equals. So treat each other like grown-ups, or you're gonna stop having your say in these meetings, which means you'll be subjected to whatever the outcomes of these meetings. So if you want a voice at the table, you gotta use your grown-up words. Yeah, so that's true of the nuclear industry. Was basically held back because scientists from the Manhattan Project held more sway than the next generation of scientists who are working on molten salt reactors. Yeah. Oh, and that's a thing many times over, that, like, you'll have those discussions again and again. You'll have the sticks in the mud. You want both. Like I said, you do need to have the stick in the mud there. You do need to have the starry-eyed person. Because you need one to, like, shoot for the stars, and then, like, the stick in the mud to drag them back to something that's realistic. And just the same, you need someone to grab the stick in the mud and drag them forward, so you land kind of in the middle. Let's see, Infinity Simplex says, for new technology being implemented in the company, I believe that immediately I rather meant for modes and models of thinking, how to handle things like workspace culture, environmentalism, or in psychology, some model to explain the effect. You believe that immediately rather meant... I missed context on that. Like, I get what you're saying, that there's, like, basically discussing how you establish different company cultures, environmentalism, psychology, all that. I'm missing the broader context. I'm sure there's a connection there that either I missed a comment or, you know, reading comprehension on this end isn't necessarily always the best. Or a lot of people, you know, we have to deal with, you know, multi-languages, English isn't their first, and that's not a negative in any regard, that sometimes it takes one or two attempts to get that communication. Yeah, XP was wonderful. Vista and I so did not get along. That's one of the things I remind people of is when XP came out, people hated it. People hated XP when it first came out. Absolutely hated the bubblegum UI. Because that's where instead of it being a start button in the bottom left, it was that big Windows circle. Yeah, no, that's the thing. People, when they say they love XP Service Pack 2. And mostly because it wasn't Vista. And Vista had legitimate problems. Microsoft is betting on computers continuing to get stronger and stronger and stronger, and they coded Vista with the intention of computers keeping up the trend they already were, to add all sorts of bells and whistles to it, many which on paper were good. I mean, actually, in practicality were good. But the issue was, the market went the opposite direction. The market went to netbooks and incredibly low-power computers. That was the day of the E-machine, where that thing might as well have had an actual potato chip in it versus a meaningful processor. And then you tried to put Vista on it, where it was really anticipating us continuing to upscale our hardware, and just really bad times had it. That basically the hardware and the software markets were very misaligned, and that was the end result. And don't get me wrong, Microsoft is to blame for not seeing the direction of the hardware, not considering them. But, that whole thing. Like, the people who got mad at the whole, admin prompting thing, and that was a pain point that needed to happen. Like, I fully believe, had that not happened, we would still be dealing with malware being this giant monolith that we couldn't get over, which it still happens, of course, but instead of where it used to be, you know, the latest worm that's knocked out, you know, half the internet happening again and again because Microsoft had no meaningful protections because they didn't enforce them. That was them finally, you know, tightening their belts and saying, hey, developers, you need to program your crap right so that we can start buckling down our operating system for all this malware that's been beating the crap out of us. And that was the first painful step of that switch, was to start doing those prompts so a whole bunch of developers like myself would start putting stuff in the right places. That way they could actually buckle down the rest of it. Now that interface, it sucked. Yeah, I also had Windows ME. And I'd agree that Vista was an improvement on ME, which was the jump I made. Well, no, that wasn't it. I went from 95, so far as ones I did as mainstream. I messed with 98, I messed with 2000, I messed with NT, all from doing admin stuff, but like for my daily driver at home, I went from 95 to XP to ME to... No, sorry. I went from 95 to ME to XP to Vista, and then I've used every single version of Windows since then, usually roughly as it came out. Have you tried .NET 8, where they mix up all technology together? What a pile of... I haven't gotten into... You know, I haven't really gotten into .NET 8 So I haven't kept up with that, which that's one I do need to catch up with from the dev side. I am falling behind on a lot of my skill sets because I'm not doing nearly as much dev on the day-to-day. When you say mixed up, I'm curious about what you mean with that. Because, like, .NET has already been a thing that was, like, you could use it on everything. And the only big differences was, like, ASP.NET was web. UWP was on, for, like, either Windows itself or, like, phones and tablets and all that. And I think that even went to Xbox as well. And they got rid of stuff like Windows Presentation Framework because that crap was super outdated. Or actually, I don't think they get rid of it, but they did depreciate it. Because that thing was, like, super far behind. Like, not for Microsoft tech, but super far behind the competition with, like, Apple and everyone else. Oh, no, that's just, you don't have to use Blazor. Blazor's optional. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, Blazor's still optional. You can still just go with a classic MVC .NET application. You managed to avoid the entire ME phase. For those who don't know what was going on with Microsoft Windows ME, that was it was a version of effectively Windows 98 that they put this pretty UI on that ate up a whole bunch of resources. And there were a couple of legitimate improvements, like they did improve the network layer, because in 98, you'd change freaking anything. You're like, I want to change my IP address. Okay, reboot your computer. I want to change my subnet. Reboot your computer. I want to refresh this. Reboot your computer. Like, the networking in 98 was a huge pain in the butt of rebooting every 2 seconds anytime you want to change anything, which is usually a big issue if you're doing, like, LAN parties or whatever. Or you're IT admin, you don't want to reboot your computer 20 times every single time you're trying to work on it. So, ME, there's only a handful of the things you had to reboot for with that kind of stuff. So that was better. But it's like all the extra resource usage for no real benefit. And then it had a couple pretty bad bugs within itself. So it's like taking like Windows 98 SE, having like 1 or 2 nice things, and then having a bunch of baggage. But Blazor's their new platform, and MVC and all that stuff is just being phased out. I'll have to double check that. I was very much under the impression that they were not phasing out MVC and API. Now, like, don't get me wrong, Blazor is their new darling, but I was under the impression that they were 2 independent paths. And don't get me wrong, they're probably doing a lot less new stuff with MVC and API, because like they're fairly well established. But I hadn't heard anything about phasing out. Fast API is a new API? Okay. That's one I gotta catch up on. Replaces Web API? Gotcha. For the most part, Web API kind of disappeared of its own thing. It was just kind of MVC in its own as of .NET 7, I believe. Like, you could still do Web API, it was just MVC except no V. Which those are just web texts. MVC is model view controller. And all that is model is data on the back end, view is what you see, and controller is kind of the thing that puts together like your business logic and all that. So there's a lot more to it. I'm oversimplifying, but just to catch people up on what that is. So just think of models like anything accessing the database or whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be a database, but whatever, like doing the data on the back end, assuming people have properly separated their stuff out. Keep in mind, I've had people scream at me over the years about how Silverlight was replacing Web API or MVC, and this is replacing that. And the vast majority of the time, they didn't know what they're talking about. And that's not me accusing you. I'm assuming you're reading the information, and you got to be really careful who you go through. A lot of people like the doom and gloom. That They like to feel like big old bad Microsoft is taking away their toys. And then I point out that VB is still around. Visual Basic. The only one I will say I was bitten with was Silverlight. And even then, they took XAML, which is what Silverlight used, and moved that into other stuff. So it wasn't a total loss, but that one hurt. That'll have to look into. They do follow trends. Yeah, but that's what I'll have to look into on my own time. I'm gonna write that down because that'll be relevant to me. Even if I don't go like fully back into dev, that'll be relevant. That's something I gotta catch up on. Because while I'm not doing dev on the day-to-day and all that, if I do end up, like, if the whole streaming thing stops working out at some point, gotta fall back at the skills I have, and I don't want to be too far behind. I have not kept up with .NET 8. Plus, I would like to have, you know, verify information, so that way if people bring this up in the future, I can give them good information. Again, not saying you're wrong or whatever. I gotta do my verification. One of those things, don't just trust random people on the internet. Like, it's okay to be like, oh, that's an interesting thing. I'm gonna go look that up later. That is a totally reasonable and fair thing to say. Because it's also one of those things that we do run to a problem that it makes good news for people to doom and gloom stuff. And so they do, even when it's not a doom and gloom situation. Again, not accusing you, but it's possible your source did that. The number of times I've heard that, like, this or that is getting the plug pulled on it, and then that was just nonsense, was so often. That's probably, like, 4 or 5 times a year. So it's Fast API, and then Blazor. Replacing MVC. I don't, because I've used Blazor, and I don't see how that even work. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, you can make a Blazor website, it's perfectly fine, but it's a very different animal. Like, with the WebAssembly and everything behind it. That's really good for, dumping a lot of your workload on the client side so you don't have to deal with it. Which is fine for certain things, but it's very dangerous for other things. It's kind of dangerous that Microsoft wouldn't ride high on that either. So when you're saying, alright, to clarify, when you're saying they mixed them all together, like, I'm starting a new project, I go into Visual Studio, and I say, new website. Okay. And it goes, okay, here's your list of projects you can work on. Do you go, I want a single page Blazor application, and you get Blazor. I want an MVC application, and no Blazor, or they'll have, like, the whole structure, but it'll be like, you can use Blazor here. Like, I'm okay with it being accessible and everything, because then I can just remove a reference and it goes away, or even if I can't remove a reference, I don't really care, I just won't use it. Like, you prepared an answer for what you meant, but it's fairly long. Yeah, I can't, picture in my head how long 1,260 characters. I assume it's called paragraphs. Yeah, no, it sounds like it'd be a bit of a wild test. Yeah, there's a new project type? Okay, so don't use that project type. Just use one of the other ones. Yeah, so you have a project type that you can choose, you can picky-choosy. That's fair. Imagine the MVC project type will still be there. And I think a while back they did collapse the MVC and API into a single product type where you choose one or the other kind of thing. I'll have to check. But yeah, no, it sounds like to me where they're saying they put them together is like I don't inherently have a problem of having access to more tools than I intend to use. WebAssembly server or auto? Okay. This partly makes me want to just boot up Visual Studio and just look. Wouldn't even be hard to do. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, it's a bit much. I'm down to have the discussion in Infinity Simplex, but it'd probably have to happen on Discord or something like that. I don't particularly know which channel would be the relevant channel, because I don't, like, obviously I was confused by the answer, so... So one that can run code... Oh, that's just Blazor. Blazor already, even going back to what is first inception, you could run it server-side, client-side, or both. That's nothing new. But yeah, no, you're not being forced. That's just Blazor. You don't have to use that project at all. You can just use MVC. I don't know what the heck Fast API is off the top of my head. That's new tech to me. I gotta look into it. But yeah, no, you're just looking at Blazor is all you're looking at. That doesn't mean MVC is going away and all these other things are going away. They're just offering a new project type. Because people want that. People do want WebAssembly access. But yeah, no, if they forced it so you had to use Blazor, that would kill .NET as a web platform. Oh yeah, no, it's all good in Infinity Simplex. I just wasn't sure if it was like, you know, when people are in discussion, sometimes it's like a big important thing that they want to talk about. Sometimes it's just, you know, an off comment, like an off thought, and I had no idea where it landed in there. Oh no, I'm looking right now. Like secretly, I am currently booting up Visual Studio on the latest version. You think Fast API is Python based? That's what I know I've seen Fast API in Python. Well, that's I understand the code you're trying to say, Power Reset, that you're talking Blazor. Like I've written stuff in Blazor. You're talking Blazor. Blazor has a server, client side, and or both. Like that's just a thing. That's been a while. Like, don't get me wrong, they've gone many iterations, I'm sure, since the last I used it. So if we make a new project, so you have Blazor web app. You have ASP.NET Core Web API, so that's the same thing. Yeah, no, you're just getting yourself conflated. The Blazor web app. No, it's right. Power Reset. To be very, very clear, when you have the project, WebAssembly or Blazor is WebAssembly, period. Like that, it exists there, and it has a server side as well. It is one technology who does multiple things. Hi.
I'm sleepy.
Aw. Well, then go to bed.
I can't solve this problem on my own.
I'm pretty sure you can. You've been doing so for a long time.
Oh, hi, Eonek. Hi, Nakamir. Hi, Darth Dragos. Hi, silly. Hi, Luxray.
What's up? Then go to bed.
It's so difficult.
I don't think it is. You go to bed, you lay down,
Life
and then you
is
go to
so
sleep.
hard.
You know, ideally brushing your teeth and all that first.
This is complicated. You added more steps. Hi, Sentient Cookie. Hi, Infinity Simplex. Hi, Eonek.
In a room, you two crazy kids.
Hi,
We have a
Liz.
couple of them.
A couple. Okay, I'm going to bed, you guys, for the sleepy sleeps.
Mm-hmm.
You have a good streamies.
Mm-hmm.
Stay cute. My love
Okay.
for you is dependent on how cute you are.
Yeah, no, All right, 1 second. Okay. I love you.
Love. Oh, Merry Christmas, Freckled Husky.
Thank you, Freckled Husky. Yeah, no, we're saying the same thing. Like Blazor always had that. They just added it with the using directive. I think they added that to Blazor in .NET 7. But my point is more, you were talking about MVC going away. Honestly, I don't give a crap what Blazor does. I think it's tech that'll be interesting and fascinating, and some people will use it, but I don't think it's going to hit mainstream that much. It's got way too many drawbacks the last I looked. But MVC is totally fine in there. Like, it's still there. It's not marked as being depreciated. It's still the big thing. I have to look into this fast API thing, but I have a feeling it's the same thing. Yeah, but you're talking Blazor. Yeah, no, you can. Blazor's been able to be added to our project. You still have the back end. Blazor's a front end piece. The UI element, and then the server side talks to your controllers and all that. But my bigger point is, there's no doom and gloom there. Like, it's fine. You have the option to use these. You are not required to use these. I have zero objections with that. That is usually how almost all of this works. And I suspect Fast API, if it's the tech I think it is, it's probably the same thing. It's a primarily front-end driven thing. And maybe it is replacing Web API. I wouldn't even mind that. Web API's got some things. I get what you're saying, Power Reset. To be honest, I don't actually think it matters. As someone who's done work in .NET since .NET was a thing, before it like back when it was called ASP and there was no .NET part to it, I don't think it's that big a deal. Very genuinely, I don't think it's that big a deal. Like, it might be upsetting, but just don't use it. Its existence doesn't hurt you. Just don't use it. It can be confusing. You might want to learn it, but you don't have to use it. Like, I don't think we're going to see Blazor be mainstream in any type of company aspect for years. You have to at your job? Gotcha. I mean, new tech sucks. Not literally, I mean, new tech is the thing you have to learn, and learning it sucks. 25 years dev? Gotcha. So what you're saying then is your company was an early adopter of Blazor? Because I would say that's actually a mistake. Now, granted, you may have pressure from the higher-ups and all that, but Blazor, last I looked at it, was still very much in the experimental stage. Like, they made it sort of like, hey, it's accessible, we'll support it, whatever. You've been using Blazor for a couple of years. Oh no, that's the problem. Blazor is still very, very, very experimental tech. Like, I put a course on it a couple years out, and Yeah, no, it's the last I looked at, it was nowhere near ready for like proper commercial use. Oh no, Vue is faster. Well, that's because you're talking something front end versus back end. Before you switch to Blazor, were you using .NET or .NET Core, or what they rebranded to .NET? I still hate that they did that because it makes it even more confusing to talk about. Because .NET Core, like, was pretty fast. Like, you know, maybe Vue was slightly faster, but they were a lot of those front end things. Nah, it keeps saying front end. I shouldn't be saying front end with that. A lot of the systems were very. Were you using .NET or .NET Core before you switched to Blazor? Or what was ultimately rebranded from .NET Core to .NET later because naming is confusing and Microsoft can't settle on one set of names for more than 30 seconds. Alright, so we're going to go ahead. You're using Core? Okay, then it shouldn't have been that much faster than Vue. Sorry, Vue shouldn't have been that much faster. Like, if you're on the old .NET, yeah, I'd agree with you 100%, but ASP.NET Core, it wasn't that significant. The fast API is even faster. Oh yeah, no, it is incredibly frustrating. You can only imagine what it was like trying to teach people .NET and having to explain to them, it's like, okay, so .NET Core is different than .NET, but they're kind of the same thing, and .NET Core is newer even though the number's smaller, but like they're still developing .NET and all that, and then like once you finally got people bought in on those naming conventions, they turn, it's like, yeah, we just renamed Core to .NET, and like, why? Why do you have a personal hatred against me and trying to author these courses and explain this naming nonsense? They removed all the controller crap and it's pretty barebone? Oh, for the fast API? Yeah, no, I would believe they've made changes to the API. Like fast API, I don't have an answer to. I was under the impression that was like a Python tech. So that's, and it's probably one of those things that Python has something called fast API and .NET has something called fast API because of course they would, to make everything confusing always and forever. But yeah, no, switching to Blazor, that wasn't ready. If you switched a few years ago, I was still teaching at that point. That wasn't ready. Like even Microsoft at that point was saying don't use it. Like, you know, you can use this for new stuff that's interesting and all that, but you shouldn't have, what was the word? Mission critical stuff shouldn't be switched. I need to nudge it back. That wasn't turned right. All right. Remain vision and blaming everything on Microsoft? Nah, if you want to blame Microsoft, naming conventions, changing that crap, just look at Windows. We have Windows 95, 98, XP, ME, Vista, 7, 8. Then they switched to 10. Didn't do 9. There's no 9. 11. Yeah. And most UI people either switched React instead of MVC for their front end. You don't know much people who still does MVC. Last I checked, like, I still know a lot of people still running on MVC. I think you're getting stuck with what your personal experience is during the macro, but I do know a lot of people like React. A lot of people like Vue. There's a lot of people... Oh, what's the other one? Begins with an A. I gave a talk on it. I literally had the person who wrote the line share of it with me on that talk, because remember a guy became practically belligerent over it. because he wanted to ask me a question. Angular. Yeah, he wanted to ask me a question. It's like, well, she wrote it, so I'm going to deflect that over to her, and he got real mad about that. Like, why do you want to hear my answer when you have the subject matter expert here? Yeah, a lot of people switch up a lot of stuff. But you use MVC with those things, typically. But yeah. Oh yeah, no shortage of that. There was so many panels that I got so many nasty emails from, and the worst I got will never touch even the mildest some of them dealt with. Yeah, no, I know. We probably need to get a little bit less on the topic, like, of dev. Like, dev shop talk can be fun and all that, but I think there's probably 4 people in the room who have any idea what we're talking about. Because we're not only talking just like dev shop, we're talking like a specific tech dev shop. Yeah, it's still interesting. Yeah, but like this is an entire thing that, like, my experiences and Power Reset's experiences can be different enough that from what we've seen of the technology, these aren't two entirely different things. Now, my work, like, so the thing is, I can name drop to help give me a strong position in this argument, but I'm not going to. Because once I do that, it starts getting into dox yourself territory, and then plus, then, you know, someone will go and, like, message these people and do all that, and I'm not going to. But, I will simply say I have worked with higher-ups on the .NET team, like, directly, that, you know, were literally introducing the tech, and it was not ready when it got adopted. You know, and if that happens, like, I don't know who called the shots not. I don't need to. I was there. I'm sorry, 2023. No, I'm not. I was not 23. I'm sorry. That is incorrect. I didn't realize they had it on 23. But yeah. That happened in November. Yeah, no, I wasn't at that one. My apologies. But yeah, no, it's. But you're saying you adopted it several years ago. I'll have to look. I've got it written down to go catch up. All right, so we're still waiting on a bunch of these boxes to pop out. Yeah, unfortunately it's nothing I can do any research on right now. I gotta wait till after stream, but I am curious, especially with all the time investment that Microsoft put into API and all that. When I was last talking to them, them just straight up dropping it for a new thing. That is, I would expect half my context to be screaming into the wind. We'll see. I'll check it out after stream. Like, not the conference itself. I'm gonna read up stuff just about the topic, because the conference will spend 4 hours just trying to find the relevant talks and all that. No problem, Power Reset. You have a good one. I knew I was gonna do that too. I did that last time. Okay. You sleep? Good end of stream? No problem. Thank you. You get that sleep. So let's see what happens when I do this. Am I going to suddenly jerk that way or the other way around? Perfect. All right. My mind is going to be stuck on that for half of the rest of the night too, because they're going to be like, really? Because that would be huge for them to start abandoning those techs, especially with all the investment. They don't touch that stuff. Microsoft is bad about a lot of things, but they do not mess with their devs. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not, Microsoft's not replacing Web API. That's a thing that lives on top of it. The same thing as Vue and all that. Look at that, a sweet 105,000. That is more than enough for our grain mill. So we're gonna go ahead and next in-game month we're gonna put down oats. And when that oats is ready for harvest, then what I'm gonna do is we're gonna put down the granary, and we're gonna load the oats into the granary, and we're gonna make some heckin' flour. And then we'll just start growing something else. That's the one I wish I did know, is like the yield so far as volume you get from crops. I don't know if it's static or if it's something that like certain crops have a simply higher yield in liters. I imagine it's got to be very, very different. But that'd be the stuff necessary for doing the calculation about like, okay, which one's going to be the best between like wheat, barley, and all that. Now, I have not looked into this at all, and I'm just going by gut check from what, not farmer brain thinks. I would assume it would be wheat would be the most efficient for making flour. A cheap crop, you grow tons of it, and you just make that all into flour. Alright, come on. And I could sit there and take these greenhouses and be like, that one's strawberries, that one's lettuce, that one's this, and that have different release dates. Right now, I'm pretty happy with the way it's rolling. Alright, so you're going to have 2 more boxes? Yes. You get 2 more boxes, and I'll grab those last 2 boxes, and then we're good. These don't... Oh yeah, there they go. I was like, these don't count as part of that, do they? Alright, exactly 3 full trailers. And we have 100,000. Feels good. Let's not roll this time. Eventually I'll get a semi and like the box back end for it and whatnot. You're gonna have to hit like 111,000. I mean, I probably will hit 111,000. That's what you're saying. Probably that and some change. We'll see. It's hard to compare because, like, for example, the lettuce pays way more than a lot of the other crops. We're definitely going over 111,000, but it's how much? Yeah, probably barely creep up to 112,000. Right at the edge. Not quite. That's fine. Alright, well, first, repair. Repair, refuel, do all that stuff. Alright, now we drive this back. We go the next in-game day, we plant all our oats. Then basically it's just gonna be move forward with the days until the oats come up. And then it's grain mill time. That way we can open at the old grain mill family restaurant. Alright, if you cut down to one message, sure, let's see it. So I imagine it's still very wall of texty, but I am curious. Now I could have some flour. Yay! That is I think my favorite insult I've heard someone say, like someone's boring or whatever, is they say if you were a seasoning, you're flour. That's just like, ow. Because flour can be used as a seasoning, usually for texture purposes. Which is like, ow. Okay, we can drop this. Well, I'll just drop this over on the other side. Yeah, it's like, hang on, I'm just gonna go ahead and pack it in and go. There's no recovering from this insult. It's just too much. There's no recovery. It's just over. I might even have to get seeds next game. Okay. So basically, psychology uses mathematical models to explain effects as long as the model remains preeminent for an effect. It'll just be an improve in little details. The psychology PhD student told me of a study that they showed that the preeminent model for an effect only changes when the authority lead research on the effect retires. What I meant earlier was work culture, social responsibility, attitude towards environmental companies mostly change when one gen bosses drops out. Agreed. I understand. Basically, when the old, like, we might phrase this as when the old guard leaves, like, that's when change happens. When the people who have been there for a long time start to phase out is when you start to see the most significant change. And that is the people who were the sticks in the mud start to phase out a little bit. And that can be both a good and a bad thing. Like I said, you still want at least one or two curmudgeon sticks in the muds, whatever you want to give the phrase. The people who push back on change, you still want a couple of them around, but you don't want them to be the final authority. They need to be in the conversations, but they do not need to be the conversation. Just the same of you don't want it to be all just new, fresh people that are calling all shots out. That's not the right planter. I need the blue one. Like you need both A and B, because I have absolutely been on projects. You went over 400 characters. That's a ban. Absolutely. No. Science progresses one funeral at a time. Sadly, that is more true than false in a lot of cases. Stick in the mud will be no one. That's yeah, and like no one needs to explain stick in the mud. Like I see, it's a stick. It's in the mud. It doesn't like to move without a lot of effort. Planck's principle? I hadn't heard that one. Like I probably heard the idea behind it, but I haven't heard it called Planck's principle. Oh yeah, no, it's all good in Infinity Simplex. The idea was conveyed, communication was successful, which means ultimately you successfully used English. Alright, and oats are going in. And in Dar's case, English was not used correctly. Brings us a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. Gotcha. I wouldn't say it needs to be quite that extreme, so much as enough of the people who are opposed to change get out of the way that, you know, things can happen. Because like that's the idea. Is if I have a team of 10 people, I've got like 2 sticks in the muds, 2 starry-eyed people, and then like, you know, 6 people are kind of in the middle there. That's usually a pretty healthy split. That the sticks in the muds hopefully don't have authority that they could just prevent anything from happening. Just the same as, you know, the starry-eyed ones also can't just unilaterally do what they want either. They've got to convince everyone else to, you know, go along with them. And that usually goes pretty smoothly. But when the stick in the mud is the person in the position of authority, that does tend to lock things in, where unless there's like a collective forcing of the issue, it doesn't go anywhere. And I've been on teams like that where, you know, you have that person who just won't budge. That, you know, unfortunately they're like the team lead, the one calling the shots, whatever. And that could actually destroy a team. I've seen more teams destroyed by their lead or manager or whatever. Yep, and I also agree with Ionek. Over time, new generations emerge. They are more open to accepting and incorporating new solutions. Yep. There was, it's not like a hard law or anything, it was just kind of a joke thing that's like, anything that existed before you were 15 years old has always been that way. Anything that you know, came to be between the ages of 15 and 30 is new and amazing and, like, should be embraced technology kind of thing. Like, it's the new exciting. And then anything that, like, technology that happens, like, over the age of 30 is, you know, an abomination against reality, like that thing. It's obviously a huge generalization that isn't actually applicable, but there's a certain amount of that where you see it where, you know, even like, I grew up in a world that did not have the internet. I also have a lot of difficulty imagining a world without the internet, despite having been in it. It's felt fairly persistent to me. It's a new, fantastic technology that does amazing things. Now, the smartphone was this new amazing thing that came to be that changed the world around me kind of thing. Whereas the changes in AI are frankly terrifying. Now, I do actually think they actually are terrifying, like on a more practical sense. But I was more prone to resist stuff like NFTs and Bitcoin and the new AI tech and all that. Whereas stuff like machine learning and all that showed up a little bit earlier, you know, that's like, oh, that's new and snazzy. And obviously implications of those will factor in as well. If anything's like saying, well, there's another part of the story that you cut out that you talked about, is this disillusioned IT lead at a company who said, I'll just wait, and time will solve the problem. Our bosses are about to drop out. I don't think it's a great solution because the new generation will just have the same kind of issue for new problems. Well, yeah, that's getting on to when we talk about like people complaining that's like, oh, this game is using the same engine it used the last time. And my usual response is that's a good thing. Like, it is 100% in your best interest to continue using the tech that you know and have developed, unless there's a very significant reason to not continue to iterate on it, which is pretty rare. And all that kind of stuff. And one of those things that, you know, when it comes like complete engine replacement rewrites, my usual response is, okay, you traded your known problems for your unknown problems. You still have problems. Yeah, no, the one I would give is like people saying Bethesda's using the same engine. Like, that's fine. It's like Bethesda hasn't done enough to iterate that engine. I can agree to that. Yeah, their tomorrow sticks in the mud. Yep. Well, yeah. It is the thing that you end up all starry-eyed, you're embracing it. As time goes on, you get tired of having to adapt again and again and again to change, and eventually you start becoming openly resistant to change, and then you're the stick in the mud. There's a reason that's so common in people that are veterans in their, you know, in their profession. Over time, change becomes more and more frustrating. Because you get tired of doing it. Effective problem solving often requires proactive efforts, positive change that can be implemented in the present. Yep. Waiting for generations to overlook opportunities for positive changes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I read those as two separate things because it moved on me. As adaptability, willingness to address changes. Yeah, well, and there's also some issues that by the time you wait for like the changing of the guard, that ship has sailed. It's too late. You know, your company's no longer surviving, or, you know, larger world persisting issues and so on. But no, that's the old phrase they would use is kicking the can down the road. Like, we'd have a problem that really needs a decision, but the decision is unpopular, or, you know, they don't want to do it or whatever. So they kick the can, they take the decision and they go, we're not going to decide right now, and they kick that down the road. Or, you know, they know the decision they have to make, but it's a decision they don't want to make. So again, you kick the can down the road, and that becomes the next person's problem. Only now things are far worse, because most of the time, if you have a problem and you ignore it, it just continues to escalate until you can no longer ignore it. And unfortunately, that also means, because it keeps escalating, usually the more drastic the response ends up having to be when it does happen. Which, you know, of course makes you want to kick the can farther down the road, because now that decision's even harder than it would have otherwise have been. You just wait for AI to take over and solve our problems. That's the book you probably never read. that, like, we implement that, like, safety AI, and instead of becoming, like, you know, weaponized against the people and all that, it goes, oh, here's your social problems. Okay, universal medicine's just a thing now. Deal with it. Okay, we're doing this. Okay, we're doing that. No discussion. It's just done. And you're like, holy crap. Did AI just unilaterally just take over everything and help us? What? More like AGI? Yeah, no, it's gonna be interesting what happens a lot, so. You know, the day that it happened, the AI would be banned, but that's the thing. If you already gave the AI authority, it's too late. Where it controls everything, it wouldn't happen. One, AI doesn't have that type of thinking mechanisms. Like, it can spit a bunch of text on the screen that makes it, you know, makes it think that kind of, like, makes it imply that kind of stuff. But as far as, like, an AI going through, analyzing the entire system and getting all the data, and then turning around and coming up with an entirely unique, not tried before action plan, no. AIs are not good at that. AIs are good at taking what seems like a new and novel thing, breaking it down into not new novel components, and coming up with a prescriptive, decision based on past decisions, and, you know, kind of repeating those past decisions. So it could actually be good at analyzing certain medical conditions and that kind of thing, where it can spot patterns that are so rare because so many different doctors see them, but not any individual doctor, that it can go, hey, here's this condition you might not be thinking about that you need to put on your consideration. This seemingly random pattern, you know, aligns with a 98% level of confidence with this situation. Now, the next step would be to do as invasive of a test as possible to try and confirm it, but that's one of the places that AI is actually extremely well suited. Like, you shouldn't just unilaterally let start operating on people or something, but it is one of those things, like, give the doctor being like, hey, based on what we're seeing, here's patterns we have seen before. It'd be the AI doing all the work and then some company claiming credit for it, and then the CEO wants it to be so. Probably. Yeah, A is just trained for a particular task. AGI is more advanced form, the ability to understand, learn, and apply across board spectrum and tasks. I'm less convinced that we are as successful in AGI as we purport to be. I do think we made strides there, but I do think a lot of that is the nature of how we interact with it, effectively implying it's farther along than it is. But that's one of those things. Like, it'll pass the Turing test long before it actually is to the point of human capability. Like, it'll fool people, but it is one of those things on how the program works under the hood. Because ultimately, when it comes to, like, understanding, however we interface the AI, it implies understanding. But since we can't actually measure true understanding directly, it is a proxy. There is fuzziness. Because that system becomes its form of truth, which means you automatically have to suspect it's not correct. If the only thing that can prove or disprove something is itself, then you have nothing. Because your system is only as trustworthy as the system you can't trust. it'll be curious. I do think there's gonna be a lot of stuff that comes. Some of it good, some of it bad. We will be dealing in a situation where there's going to be a lot of fluctuation, a lot of action. More than likely, there'll end up being lots of laws that will need to come into play as people see how far they can take the technology outside of what most people consider moral, ethical, or legal. And those will have to be better defined and approached and dealt with. And it is going to be a real big headache. Now, will it mess with the everyday individual? Almost certainly. But to what depth and scope depends on a lot of stuff that there's no crystal ball that we can peek into and really have a clue. That technology is going to keep getting more advanced and more capable. No question about that. That's a given. I do think one of the things we're going to end up doing is once we have the granary in place, the grain mill, and we get that kind of sorted out, I think it's time to upscale a lot of our tools, which is going to take us a little while to do because some of them will run us like 100,000 or so. But I do think we're at the phase that we want to get a much larger seeder. We want to get much larger thing. Cheap GPUs would speed up research. You're not wrong. Any additional resources they can leverage will help. Whether that's cheaper GPUs, just significantly more investment. Just otherwise more resources, whatever resources they can put to use. GPUs is certainly a good one. It'll likely be a small team that makes the most progress. Yeah. Usually I have a bunch of like little teams that make a bunch of major progress here and there, and it's kind of the bringing together of those advancements that ultimately gives us what we get in the long run. Like I have like a little team that'll come up with some like new neural network setup kind of thing. Not $100 billion company OpenAI. Well, the problem that you run into with things moving nimble on that scale is they start coming up with new ideas and concept, and then they make those commercially available because it is a business that wants to make money. The moment you have customers, now you've got this thing that kind of works as an anchor on how much you can innovate. That you need to keep your product such that it is still usable by your existing customer base. And there's versioning and all sorts of stuff, but that does mean you usually have to have backwards compatibility and so on and so forth. And so it is, as you become larger and more established on your customer base, your agility is heavily impacted. You were talking about AI and the future and how soon we would need a granary. That sounded totally like the script an AI wrote. Hey, just don't watch my mouth moving too much, all right? This is definitely not pre-recorded gameplay, and I'm definitely not at all using artificial intelligence with like, you know, just a number of different animations on the model to be moved. Those should try to get that next Caesar size up. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, we actually have a pretty powerful tractor here, and it can actually upgrade its engine multiple tiers. So I do think the next time I want to try and get there. Basically, it's because the AI takes Rual's dialogues with us and copy them into their scripts. Yeah, the real mistake though was that when I was programming the AI, I accidentally included Grumpy Cat's Christmas special or Worst Christmas, whatever that movie was called. I accidentally included that script in the whole thing. It really did a number on the quality of the script after that. It was fun, but like it's the quality you would expect of an internet meme that someone gave a budget for some reason. I'm not upset I watched it. It was fun. I had a good time. Was it a good movie? No. But it was fun. It explains the artifacts in the webcam today. Yeah, it's definitely not just... I don't even know what's going on with the lighting. Alright, so after this pass, I need to go top off the cedar. I mean, the other alternative was we could do is instead of worrying about leveling up the tractor, this would be a big spend, would be literally look at the, you can go to each of the technology, and they'll have like a standalone machine that all it does is plants wheat. And it will have a huge size to it. It'll also cost like $500,000. So we're probably not going to be doing that. That's what you end up doing in the long run, is you get a bunch of those machines. Like, there's still stuff you use a tractor for, like the sprayers and all that often still use it, but for like the planter harvesters, a lot of that, you end up just getting this giant mammoth machine that does one thing and one thing only, but it does it really well. I am curious, how much does the next larger one cost? That's literally the one we're using. Okay, so if I were to just get the cedar, so that's the one we're using. How many horsepower is my tractor? Right now it's 351. I believe it gets up to 400 something. But if we were to get the big cedar, so I could get the 12-meter wide one. There's a 15-meter wide one, also 300. Yeah, so you get a 15-meter wide one. That's the biggin. If we wanted to do that. And I feel like that's the kind of thing that it is worth taking time. It's like, alright, if you're going to do this, just save up and do this. Just get the spaceship tractor instead. Now, the other question is, if I go to... Well, it doesn't have the whatever technology. I was trying to see, because they usually have here this, like, the giant... Like, maybe they don't have the giant cedar. I know, like, for the vegetable, they have, like, the giant cedar. But yeah, like, I could buy a really big one now, but that would mean setting myself back entirely for the granary. So I wouldn't increase my income, but I would increase the planting speed I get on this. Which does... It helps with real-life time income, but not in-game time income. Because once I finish planting for the day, the day's done. For the memes? Yeah, no, that's, the big shame is that, those big tractors actually do have really good horsepower. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if we look at this large tractor, so it's this one, I believe. Yeah, I could get up to 435. Yeah, so you definitely want to get, like, a much bigger planter. So I want a bigger planter. And we want a bigger harvester. Those are the two big things we need. And I think that might actually make sense over the next field. Because I am thinking if I'm doing like the monocropping I'm doing, which is just where I have all the same crop being grown at the same time, it would make sense to try and, because it's all the same day, that I would need to improve the rate we could seed and all that. So that 15 meter one, I don't remember how big this seeder is. I want to say it's like 3 meters. So it'd be 4 times. So it'd be like 4 passes per pass kind of thing. Compared to what I'm doing right now. Oh, I'm going to have to get more fertilizer, I think. This may actually be a case where I might give the AI, when I finish these 2 fields, I might give the AI control for this a while I go deal with the fertilizer and all that. That'll cost me a little bit, but I am worried I won't actually finish all of the fields if I don't. But I do have 16,000, no, it was 14,000, somewhere in that ballpark. Before I drop below where I can get the granary. In worst case, if I get to the point I want the granary and I'm the slightest bit shy or whatever, then I can just easily turn around and grab a load of the stuff out of the greenhouse and sell it to make the difference. But yeah, I figure we get the big seeder. That might be the next move. Then the big harvester, like the big head for the harvester, is also going to want a bigger harvester, probably, to make it make sense. And with that, I think after that I'd want the sprayer. You do a quick contract to pay wages? There's no contracts on No Man's Land. Yeah, we're playing No Man's Land. There's no contracts, no leases, no loans because of the challenge we're doing. So if I need quick money, I gotta sell something. Yeah, I mean, I could probably add to the list there, no contracts. It's not technically relevant. Like, if I go here, there's just contracts can't spawn on this map. So it's not an option, even if if I had made a rule, I can't even break that rule. It's just not a possibility. But, that'd be a way of just going like, oh yeah, we can't do that. I don't know, I don't think I'll change the rule, it's fine. I think it's the first time that's come up. I mean, that's what I am. Off stream, I've been working on a run that I'm recording for. My intent is to post it on YouTube. I've started a couple different ones and then realized like, this run won't be very entertaining even if I edit it up. Not unless I like really lean hard on some stuff. And a lot of it was because you would hit a point where I'd have to just fast forward through a whole bunch of days. And I think for me personally, if I was watching, someone's like, I planted this. I'll be back in May. I harvested. I'll be back in June. I planted this. I'll be back in May. Like that kind of thing would probably get real tiresome to watch. It wouldn't be interesting. So what I did is I've swapped over to one. I'm doing Silver Run, which is the tree map that we messed with. And I'm doing sort of a Survivor Man thing on there, where I started with $0, like literally nothing. No anything at all. No chainsaw. Well, I mean, you start with a chainsaw on that map. At least I believe you do. If not, they give you one when you take contracts. So start with literally nothing. No loans or leases allowed. But I was allowing contract work. So the idea is I would use contract work to grow from literally nothing to being able to buy like the smallest plot of land and then start working with that kind of deal. And it's been fun, but the good part about it is even when there's a day when there's really nothing going on, I can snag a contract or two, so there's still something going on. And eventually that'll stop, but that's not a big deal because by then I'll have enough stuff to do on the map that it'll be pretty rare there's a day that's just like, oh, fast forward. I've been half tempted, like that one I also kept, both this one and that one, I kept where it is the seasonal thing. If it does end up being a thing that I'm constantly fast forwarding because like winter, you know, happening all the time, I could see at some point of just being like, yeah, just ignore the seasons. Because you could set that where seasons no longer apply, so you can plant stuff literally whenever you want. I don't know, I like having them. Because for one thing is I was finding during like the time that you can grow, you spend a lot of time dealing with that. And having the winter, if you've got projects like when we start having enough money that we can start like putting up street lights and all that kind of stuff, that gives me something to do on those winter days of like doing all those like making roads, adding street lights, all that kind of stuff. Because I intend on doing that as time goes on. Like one of the other things I want to do is basically give myself like a yard to keep all the tractors and all that in. For the time being, my plan is to build that granary and give it a parking lot of some kind. And in the short term, that parking lot is where I'm going to park all my stuff. Like, I won't be able to, like, mark out the spaces. I'm sure there's mods you can do all that kind of stuff, but I'm just gonna, like, put, like, a concrete asphalt, like, parking lot off our paver road here or whatever. And I can keep all my equipment on it like I am. But, you know, actually have it look like it's a parking lot. Alright. Yeah, I'll do these two fields. I'll get it switched over to the field to the right. Actually, I won't. I'll save that last field on the right for myself. I'll switch over to that field and start it going. And that's just because that rock will be a pain. It's fine. Let's just go around the rock. I'll have to deal with it. Okay. Yeah, it'll be real nice when we get the big cedar. The big cedar is unfortunately 200,000. But that's just it. Every step of the way, our ability to make money will get a little bit better and a little bit better until we're making some real cash. I see that grain mill is the next big step. Grain mill, then up-tech our equipment a little bit. We might not jump straight for the 200,000 one. I might snag with the ones that's 100,000. That's only like 12 meters or 10 meters wide, because that'll still be a huge step up. Just because I don't see, like, the flour mill might be a bit more lucrative. I don't think it'd be that much more lucrative where we could just wait out 200,000 and it not be just a bunch of fast forwarding and doing this again. Because, like, I'd be tempted to buy the bigger one right now, but then we miss out on the granary. And I've had 2 years now that I've wanted to get that thing that I've put it off because we couldn't afford it. And then the other one's like we were right on the fence that I could have pushed to afford it, but then I wouldn't be able to plant anything to put in it, so, you know, still couldn't afford it for all purposes. I didn't check to see if it marked this as needing lime or not. Okay, it does not. Oh yeah, I still need the rollers. I forgot about that. We'll have to get that eventually. That's another thing that's 50,000 I want that, you know, I could buy it, but that would set us back again, so we're not going to. Once I get the grain mill, I need to do that. That'll probably be what we do next, is we'll probably get the seeder, because that'll just give me a lot more time. We'll get the roller. That'll be good. Once I've got all that, we'll either mess with the harvester, or I'll try and get a sprayer, like a proper size sprayer. And with the proper size sprayer, then I should be able to go cruising through here and, you know, spray the whole field almost at once in a pass. And, you know, whichever one of those two I don't do, I do the other one. And then once I've got the sprayer in place, then we'll be, like, good to start adding more fields on here, because I'll be able to, like, knock out planting and harvesting and doing all that quicker. Much quicker. I keep wanting to check the price on the other one again, which is just going to do nothing but tempt me, and we don't have much wiggle room for temptation right now. Because I'm not going to get another sale of anything until it's harvest time. The other thing I'm thinking is I think I need the big tractor here to run the fertilizer properly. The medium tractor could do this. That's what we'll do, is when we finish up with this batch, we will do the swap off, where I grab the medium tractor, grab the seeder, take it over to the side. I mean, we're gonna have to buy seeds, but take it over to the side over there, get that all working. We'll take this tractor up the hill. We will buy a bunch of seeds. You know, use the flatbed to bring those seeds back. I'll put a driver on the medium tractor to deal with the other fields, while I grab the big trailer there, or spreader there. Fill up the spreader with a bunch of solid fertilizer, go spread it on the fields, all that. Hey, the Rogue Fae, how's it going? That way, while the tractor's doing that, I can try and do that thing. Going to end up getting this game after watching you play it for so many nights. Do you have just the base game, or do you have the base game and some DLC? I have most of the DLC. My recommendation is, if you think you'll like the game, I don't know if the DLC is on sale right now or not. If it is on sale, the DLC I would consider is the Season Pass 1 and the Season Pass 2. And the, like, Year 1 and 2. And the reason I say that is the Year 1 season... Actually, if you buy the Premium Edition, I believe that comes with the Year 1 Season Pass and the Year 2 Season Pass. Because what those Season Passes give you is they give you a couple extra maps. Not that big a deal. But they do give you, like, the ability to do a much larger range of crops. For example, the Platinum Edition, which is part of... Sorry, not the Platinum Edition. The Platinum DLC, which is part of the Year 2 Season Pass, not to be mistaken for the Platinum Edition of the game, which is a totally different thing. Thank you for confusing naming. That gives you the ability to plant stuff like the carrots, the parsnip, and I think it was the sugar beets? I might be wrong in the last one. So, like, the root vegetables. You've got some of the stuff adds like grapes and olives, and you get the idea. There's a bunch of stuff like that. That said, if that's like outside your spending, you'll be able to do a lot of stuff with just the base game. It's just one of those things that you can get the extra one. I'm not sure. I would suspect they're on sale for the Steam Winter Sale. But yeah, the big confusing thing is there is DLC called the Platinum and Premium, and then there is the editions called Premium and Platinum, and they're different things. The Premium Edition comes with the Year 1, Year 2 Season Pass. The Platinum Edition, I believe, only comes with the Year 2 Season Pass, so you'd miss out on the Year 1. And that's trying to go by memory, so double check all that when you go to buy. But then the Premium does come with the Premium and the Platinum DLC. The Platinum Edition with the Year 2 Season Pass comes with the Platinum DLC, but not the Premium DLC, because it doesn't come with the Year 1 Season Pass, which contains that. So yeah. Now, it's on sale on Steam. I do have a affiliate thing if you buy it through their store, but like, unless it's just cheaper on their store, so you want to buy it through their store, don't worry about it. Like, it's not significant enough for me to care about. Get on the platform you want it. Like, I personally, they offer me some of the stuff through their store, and I chose just to get it on Steam. For full transparency. Because I don't want to deal with another standalone game. I gotta remember where the heck it is, and I know I can add non-Steam games to Steam, but it's not the same. I want all my games in one place, so that I don't have to manage a bunch of different things. Oh, and while nothing's set in stone, we are looking at probably mid-January. There's a bunch of content creators that are in, like, you know, the circle of people I talk to, mostly through Project Zomboid kind of thing. Like, through, like, Undead Barons kind of circle of groups. Like, the people I know through there, like Poltergeist or whatever. That there are a bunch of us talking about doing probably mid-January, a Farming Simulator 22 server. We haven't at all figured out, like, what map, what settings, any of that kind of stuff. We're still getting a feel for all that. Okay, so the Platinum Edition is just the base game plus the Platinum expansion. Okay, so not even as good. The point being, either get just the base game or get the Premium Edition. Is what I would say. Like, if you're gonna get the DLC, get the DLC. If you're not gonna get the DLC, don't get the DLC. You'll save money, obviously, from getting the DLC all in one go. That's just the way every single one of these run. Not just Farm Sim. Yep, and as the next saying, the Premium Edition is the base game plus the Year 1 Pass and Year 2 Pass. And it doesn't technically include everything. You won't get, it's like the hoses and pump DLC, and then there's like one or two... I just realized that shadow that's been on my face this whole time that I thought was my lighting's angle, it was my microphone. Where I've been thinking there's been like this big shadow on my face, it's my microphone. Blocking the light. Cool. At least it wasn't this one. Where everyone thinks their screen is broken because the microphone is just barely sticking in. I've had that happen a lot. I just want to get through this row before you run out of seeds, man. They're going to do a quick errand. We get a flatbed full of seeds. Usually when I buy, I just buy, just buy 8 containers at a time kind of thing. Streaming is easy. Just hit go live. Yeah, there's definitely no constant dealing with, I just put it right back into the light. I'm gonna have to adjust that light somehow. Because that's exactly what that is. It's putting a shadow on me. 1% seeds left in there. Excellent. Man, I should kind of take that back and repair it. It's fine. Yeah, no, that's the ones you'll hear about people who don't, and this is true of more than just streaming, to be clear. Almost like any profession or task or whatever you do, people who don't know it well, well, it's not even not know well. People who are generally not in the know of like something like in a minutia will always assume it's easier than it actually is, because they don't know what they don't know, kind of thing. So like you'll be like, how hard is it to draw? Like, how hard is it to draw an animated cat? Come on, really? And then you get into like the frame by frame layering and all that stuff, and dealing with shading and all that. And they're like, oh, it's actually really hard. There's actually a lot of steps I didn't anticipate being involved in this whole thing. Just put the lights behind you and point them at the camera. It'll be glorious. You just have this white background and the silhouette. Have we reached the point with this tractor where it's starting to get worn enough that I've had to repair it a lot? Alright, so we need big pallets of seeds. 8, please. Alright, so we've got all our seeds loaded up because we were low. And we can build a thing down there that'll let me refill the seeds down there without having to drag these around, but that's another thing that costs like 100,000. So you get the idea as we keep running into more and more of these things that cost 100,000. Suddenly we're going, wait a second, where did all our money go? I mean, honestly, right now, if I bought something that costs 100,000, it literally would be, where did all my money go? There we go, dropped all those off. And I left the cedar over here, so we're going to quickly go and put this on here. We're going to grab the medium tractor to grab the cedar back. Oh, you're not quite full. That's fine. I can just sit this down here real fast. So this thing is going to be the one that we're going to grab the thing for putting down the fertilizer with, because I'm going to need to do that as well. I am hoping we will have, like, I'm probably going to end up needing to dip ever so slightly into the, actually probably just going to need to dip into the stuff from the greenhouse early to make everything work. That's fine. Yeah, you're out of supplies. Oh, that's not the right one. That's what probably was like, wait, wasn't there stuff in there? It's the other one, the red and yellow one. That's what I need. Let's grab the cedar, refill the seeds, and get them to work. And then once I get him to work, I'm going to take 2 seconds to do a quick leg stretch and restroom break. I'll have it chilling on the mower so you can see it. Honestly, what I probably should do is make another away screen that does just have the game up, but has like I used to have one where it's like it was just like, you know, basically being away for a minute kind of thing, but with the game still presented, because I'd use that for like some of the city and settlement builders where you don't need to like babysit it for like every second without a problem. Alright, we're going to start with the other fields other than the one with the rock on it real fast. And then we'll bring it over to the one with the rock on it and we'll deal with it. My hope is because of how much faster my blue tractor is going to be with the putting down the fertilizer, I'll be able to race through these fields, catch up entirely, and then just take over this tractor again. Only have like one more field I got to put down the fertilizer with. Alright, I'll be back in just a moment. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. It's also a good time if you need to stretch your legs, grab a drink, do all that stuff. Make sure you take care of yourselves, and I'll be back here in a minute. Oh, none of these are great choices.
Oh, no, those are both real bad.
That was random. Alright, so that one's job is done. Let's actually attach this to the correct thing. Because I'm not collecting harvest, we're looking to put down seeds. I'm having this bad feeling I'm going to end up needing to top this thing off. Yeah, let's go do it. That's not going to be enough. This will be expensive. That was not the button. I just dumped all those seeds right out the back. What I'm going to need to do... Oh yeah, no, the seeds are right here. I could just pick them back up. Cool, we did get the seeds, not the lime. What I need to do is remember... Oh, I think if I just pull underneath the thing, it'll work. We're going to absolutely have to sell some of the stuff for the greenhouse early to do the granary, which is fine. I'm gonna, sorry, not seeds. That's not what we're putting in here. We're putting in fertilizer. I am expecting this to be a traumatizing amount of money that I have to put in this for fertilizer. It doesn't need to be full or anything. Pank Raru decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. Hey Pank, how's Baldur's Gate? Oh, I'm gonna have to do this so I can actually see what the heck the button is for opening that. Open cover. Finally out of the Underdark? Excellent. Oh my goodness, that was so much money so fast. But for those who don't know, Pankraro, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend on the channel, or on the Twitch, the platform. Greatest Pink Squid on the internet. Been playing some Baldur's Gate 3, as well as playing some other solid like turn-based strategy games and all that kind of stuff. Hey, how's it going? And also, yeah, and Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed. Is your beard swelling? No, it's my lighting is messed up, so I'm getting a shade on. I do need to trim this poor beard. Yeah, if you didn't take notes, we're definitely going to need to we're definitely going to have to go through here and Alls looks like wearing a fake beard with that lighting. It does. I need to fix it. Like, the lighting was fine the last time I streamed. And, you know, you change nothing and everything changes. That whole thing. You know, the usual. You thought it was a sub-goal or something? No, it's my lighting just being weird. Alright, so we're getting the fertilizer down here real fast. Like I said, my hope is that I could quickly get these two fields full on it. But yeah. No, I need to fix it after stream. Alright, so we are fertilizing the field. It's a shame I can't, like, fertilize the field in advance of the planter. Just go through, like, do them all now. The good news is I did forget that this thing actually is very efficient on its, fertilizer use. That takes quite a while to get through it. The other important thing is that I need to have 96,000 when it's time to harvest the oats, which should be no big deal. I could just sell the stuff from the greenery earlier. You weren't sure about having a beard, but it's really starting to grow on you. A classic. Pankraro pinning the pun. Making sure everyone will bear witness. It's really a hairy situation. All right. But yeah, so how was your stream, by the way? You said you got out of the Underdark. I haven't played enough Baldur's Gate to know that, but I do hope it went well. I know you've been doing Baldur's Gate 3 with a group of people. 7+ hours? I mean, nice. Yeah, I wasn't even sure if I was going to be streaming today or not, because, like, you know, I was visiting folks for Christmas and all that. Well, not playing with them. Just friends guesting. Well, right, yes. But, like, you know, having your very own peanut gallery while you make decisions about who lives and dies. I mean, what? Just casually accidentally opening this thing and just leaving it that way. Alright. It's why you stream today? Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea to be streaming today. But she doesn't realize that she's fired. She successfully got a fourth of the field done, and now she's going to get out of my way. Yeah, no, it's a good time to stream. Like, Christmas Eve. Especially, like, there are a lot of people, you know, one, they don't celebrate, which, you know, that's totally fine. But it makes it for kind of an awkward day a lot of times, that a lot of things aren't open, a lot of people aren't around, yada yada yada. You know, a lot of the usual content creators are off doing stuff. Then you also have on top, like, some people aren't able to be with their family or choose not to for totally valid reasons. But, like, you know, sometimes you're, you know, like, the people who, like, get the jobs in the oil rigs, it's like, well, they don't care it's your holiday, you gotta be on the rig. Or even just the logistics of travel don't make sense. It's tough. Oh, you'll find this funny. So we were looking for a gift for my dad before Christmas and all that. And we're just, you know, we're like on, okay, Amazon. All right, gifts for men in their 70s. I think Toom actually put in his age, but, you know, gifts for men in their 70s. And his coffee mug comes up, and it said, "When did I get to be the same age as old people?" And we're like, all right, yeah, that's fun. I don't think we're gonna get that for him, but that is fun. And then it was time to come up with something for Toom, and Toom was just like, all right, let me see what I want. And she typed into Amazon, she's like, gifts for women of her age. And the same mug came up. I had a lot of fun with that. I had a lot of fun with that. So according to Amazon, being in your 30s or 70s both mean you're old people. Just to be clear, Amazon is confirmed to be part of Generation Z, because there's no way you would look at a 30-year-old person and consider them old without being in the younger generation. We also got a little salty that we were looking for a yeah, old people. I know, right? It hurts. But it was also those things that we were looking for a gift for my sister-in-law, who is an engineer. And so, like, all right, you know, like, let's look for a gift like women engineers. And 99% of it was just dude stuff. Just like unisex clothes, which just means dudes' clothes that they're like, yeah, I guess women can wear it too, but it won't fit right or anything. And all then, like, the handful of stuff they had for women, it was like the live, love, laugh purse that I was like, eek. And you just turned it to the other side, it just said engineer. I'm like, you just took a piece of existing merchandise, you just wrote engineer on it. Come on. At least put a little effort into it. At least pretend. That said, we did ultimately find it was like a scarf thing, like a, nah, scarf's not the right, I guess it would be a scarf, like a very thin scarf kind of thing. But it had all sorts of, like, engineering equations on it, all that kind of stuff. I was like, alright, that's pretty cute. We can work with that. It took a little fishing. And I think, Pank, I think you'll find amusing my older brother's gift to me. So I'm going through and I'm opening presents. And it's like there's a bag of Cheetos. I'm like, okay, like Cheetos are a good snack. I like Cheetos. I haven't had Cheetos in forever. Kind of weird that they give me Cheetos, but you know, hey, Cheetos are good. All right, well, I got Flaming Hot Cheetos as well. Cool, Flaming Hot Cheetos and Cheetos. Again, kind of curious where this is going, but like, whatever. All right, Cool Ranch Doritos. I like Cool Ranch Doritos. They are the superior Dorito flavor. It's just the way it is. You know, don't at me. And then I opened this, which is a blender, a Cheetos brand, like, blender thing that you're supposed to put Cheetos into it and grind them down into cheese powder to put on other things. Of which the picture on the back, the specific thing they had in mind that they show putting the Cheeto powder on is a hot dog. And I'm like, I mean, it's probably good. It would be like just getting Cheeto powder on a hot dog. It's like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, I would probably want different cheese as my preference, but that doesn't sound bad. It sounds like putting grated cheese on your hot dog with extra steps. Oh, and also the blender has Cheeto fingerprint smudgies on it just to start with. Yeah, no, I could also see doing that, like Brain saying coat some chicken with that. I could absolutely see doing that. But it was just one of those things, like, I'm just getting like Doritos and Cheez-It things. I'm like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, I like all these snacks, but, you know, of the snacks people know that I like, they're not really ones on the list. Like, usually it's stuff like beef jerky and that. So it's just kind of like, huh, okay. Reminds me of the time you showered your Italian friends with Cheese Whiz and they got mortified at the idea of cheese in a can. Well, that's the thing. It's not cheese in a can. It's cheese product in a can. It's important. There's a distinction. You've inspired me. You'll now have Hank knocking on your door. Now watch out. To be clear, that thing is literally just like the exact kind of blender that, you know, that'd be like, pour a little milk in there and then you put some blackberries and some frozen fruit in there and now you've got yourself a smoothie. It's the exact same one. They just put Cheetos on. They're like, yo, put your Cheetos in there. It's the same one. Oh man, as a kid, like, get your, like, it can be other, like, fancy ones, but get like your saltine crackers and you get your can of Cheese Whiz and you'd sit there and you'd put the cheese Whiz on, sandwich it, put more cheese Whiz on, another layer sandwich, put more cheese Whiz, and you'd see you get up to like 5 or 6 of them before it became this unmanageable mess of crumbs everywhere. But you know, you're a kid, you're doing it anyways. Yeah, fond memories. I think as a kid, me and a couple of my friends, we would get, was it Cherry 7-Up that we declared was burp juice because it made you burp. Like, just for whatever reason, it was like an outlier for things that make you burp. Truly, the height of maturity. Granted, I couldn't tell you what the actual age was. I'm guessing I was like 8, maybe? I don't know. 10? Had to be younger than 12. Just for where I was at. I definitely wasn't there after the age of 12. Because we had moved by then. Yeah, so I'm glad I didn't give into the temptation of buying the larger planter yet, because I think I could still make the grain mill happen. But if I would have gotten the planter, then I probably wouldn't have been able to make the grain mill happen. And if for whatever reason I can't quite get all of the oats fields done today, that's fine. It just means I switch to planting, you know, something else that will also go into the grain mill. Because you're 5 years from being 30, and so you look like you're fresh out of high school. Yeah, no, that's that 30 year has long since shipped for me. That 40's getting dangerously close is what's happening. Not a fan. Would like to go ahead and take that big clock and just rotate it back a couple of pegs. I'm actually very happy with where I am. But you know, age be a thing. Yeah, and I gotta fix my lighting. I'm aware, like, I've got the artifacting up here, and if I adjust it, then I get artifacting down there. I don't know what happened. It was working totally fine before I left, and then I came back. It's not working, so I can deal with that. You've got them stress wrinkles and you're 25? Hey, look, man. High school's rough. College is rough. I still go by the stance. If, you know, here I am, like, 20-something years after school, and still on the very rare occasion, waking up and having a nightmare about forgetting my homework, there's a problem with that. That is not okay. That is not a realistic issue I have to worry about anymore in my life. So the fact that the brain is still like, oh god, that is some straight up traumatic experiences going on there. And that's not to try and belittle, you know, people dealing with other like, you know, actually like violent stuff and whatnot. You know, I'm not saying they're equal or whatever, but it's also like there's clearly something wrong with the way we do education if we're signing up for lifelong dealing with random trauma, like random like relapses of stressing out about things that's supposed to be, you know, conducive of an educational environment, of which a healthy educational environment should not have people regularly having stuff like panic attacks and stressing out. You're nearing 40, and you resonate with the comment that high school is rough. It's the worst. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely stuff I remember about high school. I'm like, that was something I miss. But would I go back? No, I don't think so. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I mean, I guess I probably would, because half the crap I gave a crap about back then, I wouldn't, which would make my life way easier. But, like, not having that albatross around your neck of, if you mess this up, your future's ruined kind of language being thrown at you everywhere. So everything was stressed that, like, is this the time you destroy your future? Thanks. That was definitely, again, conducive of a healthy learning situation. Neurodivergent experience of school is especially misery. Yup. Because for the fact, you don't develop ADHD, and you don't get better from ADHD, you just have it. You learn to work with it, but it's still there, which means I was undiagnosed ADHD throughout my entire time in school. Which, in hindsight, makes a lot of sense, because I was a straight A student just about until, like, the 4th or 5th grade. And then I started running into subjects I didn't enjoy. And then my grades were nowhere near as good. And it became way more difficult to actually be able to do even okay in some subjects. And, like, no amount of, you just need to focus, you just needed this, you just needed that, did literally anything for me. And I don't at all, like, blame my parents for not realizing it, or, you know, my aunts, uncles, teachers. We just didn't know as much back then. So it's like, it's not their fault for not knowing things that wasn't really known. It's like going back to the 30s and being like, how dare you smoke? Well, they didn't know how bad it was. Yeah, it's tough. Nobody's given a handbook on raising children. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there are parents who do not do well raising kids through no fault of their own. Like, just... There's not there's not a test, there's not a prep course. Like, there are actually things out there where they try and do a lot to help you. But realistically, the vast majority of people don't have a chance to learn all the things they would need to learn to be, you know, as prepared as they could be. Nor does everyone have the time to even get into all those. We don't need to dig into, like, well, then they should, whatever, because, frankly, I feel like no one... Because you also don't even know what is good or not good instruction. Like, that's a full-time, like, 4-year degree to start getting that. Probably longer. Four years would probably be like the... Well, I gotta touch that up. That's on me. Yeah. You can't pull this, can you? Well, you're fired. I'm not gonna bother bringing that back over here. We'll just do it and go after it later. Let's see. You're lucky enough to get diagnosed. The problem arose with being a kid and hating the meds at the time. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Is not all meds work for all people. Like, some of them, they give the desired effect, but they give desired, like, undesired side effects. Some, they don't really, like, they're just... Biology's complicated. They just don't work with you, so, you know, you gotta try something else. Especially back then, there were just really not options. And then there are the parents who do a bad job through fault of their own. Yeah, they do exist. Where they're like, okay, we've got an abundance of information that tells us XYZ. Your teachers tell you it's XYZ. Your peers tell you it's XYZ, but no, by God, you say it's not XYZ. And you're just going to go against literally every bit of information and data supporting you and just choose to do the other thing because it's what you believe. Or it's what you're, you know... That was the way I was raised, and like, yeah, well, you know, maybe you're not in the best shape. You have difficulty expressing your emotions. How well did you do in school? Oh, right, not well. Maybe perhaps we should try a different plan. Oh yeah, there's that. The selective choosing of studies. The classic, there are 1,000 sites that say no, and then one site that says yes. Well, clearly yes is right. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Alright, Pancrar, you sleep well. You have a good one. So many times that happens. A person's like, I found Poop Face on Reddit, and he says I'm right. Well, that's great. Some rando on the internet with no credentials is probably not the person you should be using as your primary source. Or it'll be even something worse. Like, the person's screen name will be something like, I tell people lies, or something else. It'll be like, yeah, they said I was right. It's like, look at their screen name. Please, I'm begging you. They wrote their screen name. They are trying to tell you themselves not to listen. Yeah, the doctors are in it for the money. You know, this rando on the internet's for the real truth. Uh-huh, sure. Like, don't get me wrong, there are certainly doctors who do shady crap, just like every single individual industry and profession has at least some subset of them doing crap. But trust me, the conspiracies aren't nearly as complicated as you think. Hell, half these people can't organize even the most basic of things, like their computer desktop at all. Believe me, they're not putting together an organized conspiracy involving hundreds of thousands of people. I remember working at the Space Center, and you know, you'd have the people like, they faked the moon landing. And just as like, the people being like, oh my god, could you imagine if we had the organization that we could pull off faking the moon landing? It would be paradise working here. Versus having to have 30 meetings about all the things that got screwed up because some organization's got in it. We haven't seen my brother-in-law. Yeah, there's so much out there. When I worked local government, we would have people who would come in. I forget the abbreviation for it. It's basically an information request. And in Florida we have the laws called the Sunshine Laws, and these are actually kind of a good thing that, you know, anyone can pop in and say, I request, you know, this information. Now, granted, we withhold stuff that is like, it's got account numbers. We're gonna like black out the account number, and contact information for people. We're gonna black that out. You know, stuff that's sensitive information that could pose like security risk is gonna be blocked out. And there are stuff that's like classified and top secret, which we didn't deal with too much of that. The only thing with that was like stuff dealing with, you know, we have the Space Center in the area, so once in a while they'd be like, oh yeah, there's this nuclear sub gonna be passing through the area, and this thing that, you know, the local government would need to know, hey, you're not, you know, don't let people back here during this period. Like, this is a classified thing. And so, like, all of that we wouldn't be able to share. But everything else we had an obligation to share within a timely manner, and yada, yada, yada. And we could charge a fee for doing so. Like, and it'd be a reasonable fee. Like, the idea is it's supposed to offset the costs. So we couldn't charge them, like, thousands of dollars or anything like that. But, you know, they're like, alright, you want this handful of email? Okay, that's $20. And man, you would have these people pop in here at all the times, like, I need all of the mayor's emails since forever. It's like, I'm gonna need you to narrow that down a little bit. Like, I'm down to give it to you in chunks until it's all there, but I don't got the time. Like, the bigger you make that grab, the longer it's gonna take, because I'm gonna have to go and sift through that crap and look for phone numbers and email addresses and blank it all out before I, you know, print it out and give you copies or whatever. Or I think we charge by the page or something like that, like, you know, just copy costs. I don't remember the exact thing. Oh my god, they were always there. And always be like, I need all of the mails from the mayor from 10 years ago. It's like, well, actually, we don't have to retain that information, so we don't have it, because, seriously, do you think we've had servers running that reliably for this long? Hell, 10 years ago, the internet was new. Come on, man. Like, we'll do our best, but come on. And as they're all, like, fishing expedition looking for, like, some big conspiracy and all that, it's like, trust me, man, we don't have that. Like, we don't have the organization skills. Hell, getting the city manager to agree with the mayor on a daily basis is just short of, like, a miracle. Let alone them conspiring anything against you. Let's see, military experience tech, medical current technician, are more intricate medical stuff. That's how you know it was landing. We don't have the emails. Yeah, you know, considering they happened pre-existing emails. And the internet at large. Hell, it's impressive they got it on TV. Being entirely honest, it is impressive they managed to get the moon landing on television in black and white. You know, totally scuffed footage and all that. But all things considering, with the technology they had at the time, that is non-insignificant. You know that was, well, the technology should all work together, but we've never done this before, so they certainly had a ready to flip back to the, you know, back to the counter on a moment's notice with that. Because, I mean, look how unreliable AV ends, or audio video ends up in general when you have all the hardware right there in the room and it's relatively simple. Let alone, you've got a freaking lander landing on the moon hundreds of thousands of miles away, and you're depending on it actually having its camera and its microphones and all of its, like, communication stuff working reliably and all of that. An entirely separate system that's going to be picking up that signal, routing it through whatever their interface was for putting it on the broadcast. Like, once it got to that part, it's probably easy peasy after that point. But we had never done that before, at least not that I'm aware of. Wasn't alive for it. I mean, hell, even thinking about, like cell phones and what we've got that, you know, it's so easy to take it all for granted where you're like, oh man, like, this website's running a little slow. It took 5 whole seconds to load this joker up. And you stop, you take one look and go, alright, hang on, let me stop and actually mentally think through what is happening. I have a computer chip in my hand, a little computer in my hand, that is of significant sophistication that I can represent images, audio, video, text, and everything. And I can beam a signal from this phone to a tower that may or may not beam it into outer space to bounce that signal to the other side of the planet, to have it come back down to another tower where it eventually gets routed to wherever that server or other phone or wherever the heck it's talking to, receives that signal, processes whatever the heck you want, grabs all the information from the database doing all of its nonsense, shoots that back to the tower, back to outer space, back down to your phone, which then translates that signal back into something usable for the operating system to then consume and show you on the screen. And you know, and that took 5 seconds, and I'm upset about it. I need to stop and reevaluate where we're at in the world. That when you stop and think about just how absolutely absurdly impressive that is as a feat. And you're like, you know what, maybe I should cool off a little bit about being angry about my video taking a little bit longer to load. Maybe along this entire journey, one step had a little bit of a snafu. Now, granted, it doesn't always get beamed down up to space. Sometimes it goes through a cell phone to a tower to, you know, a cable that, you know, goes across the ocean or whatever. Which, again, still super impressive that you've got this wire run across the bottom of the ocean for thousands and thousands and thousands of miles at a depth that, you know, would crush most of the things we would put down there. And then again, all of that happening in 5 seconds, considering the server on the other end is probably eating up, you know, a good fraction of a second of that. Oh yeah, it's so easy to fall in. I was like, oh my god, this is taking so long. Oh my goodness. And you're like, oh yeah. Like, even on your own computer, like, you'll go to move a file and you'll be like, oh man, this is taking so long. It's gonna take 5 minutes. And you're like, oh wait. I'm moving like a terabyte of information. Yeah, you know what? It's fair that it's going to take 5 minutes. Thinking back to the hard drives they had back in the day, where the whole hard drive was like 100 megabyte, 200 megabyte, if, you know, it was a fancy hard drive. And you're going, oh man, I need to move like 50 megabytes of that. You're going to dinner. That's what you're doing. You're going to dinner. Because that crap's going to be copying for hours. And then you turn around, but not a couple years later, and you're annoyed that, you know, these 4 or 5 gigabytes are going to take a couple of minutes. Hell, uploading that to the internet now, where you're like uploading multiple gigabytes of video files to the internet, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, this is gonna take 8 minutes, and you're like, man, this sucks. I hate this. And you're like, oh, wait a second. let me reevaluate this. And this is me pointing at me, by the way. That, like, I'm the person going, this sucks, this is unreasonable. No, wait, it's very reasonable, actually. Let's see, you have your favorite website that routes video to someone's computer who plays it through VR chat to someone streaming it on Discord to my computer at home, which then routes it over the airways to my cell phone, which is locally broadcast to Chromecast. I would say that sounds like nonsense. I'm like, no, but of course someone's doing that. Brain said, floppies held like 800 to 2.8. Yes, it'd be 800 kilobyte to 2.8 megabyte. And things actually fit on. Figure that out. Oh, that's like that's the thing you kind of look at, just how and copying the files off that floppy would take like 2-3 minutes of the whole thing just going nee. It's like that disk is dying in there. Like you're just hearing that noise, you're just going, yep, that disk is just being crunched up in there, and it almost always be fine, but it sounded very unpleasant. They're like, oh man, there's no way that thing is just not being utterly annihilated in that drive. All this technology, and all we can do is browse memes and cat's photo while sitting on the toilet. That is how impressive the tech is, that we can use it for such incredibly frivolous stuff. And it'd be like, yeah, that's whatever. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Entertainment is important. Your mental well-being is important, and entertainment is a part of maintaining that. Distraction therapy is a very meaningful form of therapy. But also, just, you know, thinking back then, what the heck is a floppy? Well, that's a catch. There's two. Well, I mean, there's more than two, but there's two commonly used ones. There's, was it 5 1/4 and 3.5 inch? Which I'm sure there'd be the metric equivalents. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. The one is this big, usually is like, most of the time is a black plastic, but this really flimsy disc that it had a magnetic, my brain is blanking, because it's not a platter, it's not a strip, but like the thin metal filament, or thin plastic filament in it, or magnetic filament inside of it, that it would get spun to the spot, and you'd write to it using a magnet, like inside a computer. You still use 5 1/4 and 3.5. That makes sense, because that's what they're physically printed on them. So they'd have to make entirely different labels for them. And at that time, things were riding fast and loose in tech. Who would ever use technology for entertainment? Am I right? Imagine watching a live stream of someone pretend to be a farmer. It would be a terrible use of technology. I know, right? Clearly a sign that society has fallen. I mean, we used to say. You still don't know what you're talking about? The 5 1/4, 5 1/4 and 8 inch were actually a floppy. 3.5s weren't floppy anymore. Yeah, no, the 3.5, it was like fairly rigid. I probably have one floating here somewhere buried in some box, but I'm not gonna go looking for it. But we still called them floppies. Yeah. Yeah, it's the save icon. That's there are some excellent videos out there that the entire gist of it is they will take, like, you know, kids that are like 6, 8, 10 years old, and they'll show them a piece of technology that's, you know, a good 10, 15, 20, 30 years back. And just be like, what do you think that is? Like, tell me what, I keep thinking my seeds are over here, we moved them. Well, I mean, we bought new ones and they were never over there. And they'll show them that, and so it's like, you get to see, like, the old style phone where you, like, put it up there, you'd hang it, and then, you know, you'd have, like, the coiled cable that connects at the phone line. And they'd be like, I think it's a phone, but why does it have a tail? And you dial a little on the inside, and maybe a little on the outside too while you're at it. And you give them, like, the disc, and they're like, it's a computer thing. It's the save button, or like whatever they would say. It's always like really fun to like listen to them like trying to sort it out. That was they had a laser disc. That was one of my favorite ones. It's like, oh my god, it's a DVD. You must be able to put like 1 million movies on that. And they're like, oh well, you can fit a movie on there if you use the front and the back. That was a favorite. You still have a desk drawer right there with AOL disc. I had lots of that crap sitting around, but that was around the time I kept having to move like apartment after apartment because, you know, switching jobs, school, whatever. And all that kind of stuff. And yeah, there was that last move. I'm like, you know what all this is doing? It's going in the trash. All of this is going in the trash. I was like, if I had friends like, do you want any of this? It's all like ancient tech. It's not worth anything. It's all going in the trash. All right, chat. Don't let me forget. There's a tree stump right here that I need to grind. Actually, we're going to grind it first, and then we're going to go and put down the fertilizer or whatever. Because I will forget. Man, I used to have, like, old discs. I probably still have sitting around here, one of the absolute first optical mice ever made. That it was, like, this ugly brick of a mouse that you had to have the special pad just for it to work. And when I say pad, it's like this rigid tray thing that had, like, lines drawn all over it. It was the whole thing. Okay, tree stump gone. Gotta deal with as many of those as we can to try and stop that from being a constant nuisance. Oh yeah, no, it was absolutely a thing. People would try and get in as many as those AOL CDs as they could. Like, really got to an obnoxious level. Because they were everywhere. Like, all the retail stores would have, like, an entire shelf of them. If you bought a computer, they'd just chuck it in. Or if you bought, like, almost any computer stuff. You buy, like, Word and then chuck in an AOL CD. You bought a new computer, then chuck in an AOL CD. You bought, like, the latest game, they would chuck in an AOL CD. You walked to the counter, they'd ask you if you wanted an AOL CD. You could walk up and ask for it, and they would give you an AOL CD. Random magazine, like 3 AOL CDs by the time you're done. Which, to its credit, for as much as people will meme on AOL being like so crappy at the time, it really was a thing that taught so many people, like, it brought them to the internet, kind of gave them the idea that there was information out there. Yeah, it did so in a handholdy way where you kind of like were stuck in AOL's walled garden. Like, you could get out of it really easily. But it was like a whole thing. But I imagine adoption for the internet would have been way slower without them. Now granted, they were not doing it altruistically. It was 100% for profit. But, you know, the whole hindsight looking back, they actually did get a lot of people online who probably otherwise wouldn't have. Which is ultimately what they're trying to do, because they were the, I don't know what I'm doing, it's like they were the, you want to get online, you know, and have someone hold your hand through the experience. At $3 an hour, it sure as heck wasn't altruistic. Yeah, early on, that was, like, what the costs were. Later on, they went with, like, a monthly plan. I don't even remember. Well, that was getting back to the old days of, Bell. Like, not when there was, like, Bell South and AT&T and all that. There was just Bell. It was, like, Packard Bell, I think, was the name. That, it was really that much? I don't remember the exact amount. I remember it was fairly expensive. But you also had to keep in mind, like, buying a computer at that point cost you, like, you know, a number of hundreds of dollars back when that would have been the equivalent to several $1,000s in modern money. And that's not, like, you know, where people start memeing about, like, hyperinflation or whatever. That's, like, even before that. But yeah, now there was Bell back in the day that they were like the phone company. Like they ran almost everything. Your phone, you got it from Bell. Your phone line, you got it from Bell. Your support went through Bell. Everything was Bell. And to their credit, most of the time they actually did a relatively good job of the support and all that. But it was one of those things that you were trapped doing business with them for everything. To such a point that eventually people went after them for monopoly stuff because they were doing some anti-competitive stuff and all that. I don't remember the details on it, but it was considered pretty scathing for the time. Versus nowadays, be like, oh yeah, that's Tuesday, that's no big deal. But they actually did break Bell up into a whole bunch of different companies, which is where like Bell South, Bell, and like AT&T was one of the separate entities it broke up into, and like just shattered the company into little pieces. Now, granted, over the years, it like brought itself back together, and no one was like, oh, well, we decided to break that up the last time. Maybe we shouldn't let them get back together. But it was a fascinating thing, because they absolutely had you. You want a phone through someone else? Too bad. If you gotten some type of argument with them, you're on your own. They're your only option. It wasn't the situation like we had for the longest time with the internet. Still have in a lot of places where you can choose, you know, whatever they're calling each other nowadays. Like, oh, I didn't turn off that tractor. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons right now. But no, I don't think that'd actually be as bad as you're thinking. China has its own internet with its own moderation disasters. I'm not saying they're better or worse or anything than us, but it's not like they haven't access to the internet. And, you know, people from China do travel to other parts of the world. It's not like they're have never seen the internet. Yeah, within China, they've got, you know, the very famous, the walled, you know, the Great China Firewall. But they get they have people who get passes through various means. They have, you know, plenty of people who leave the country regularly and see it. In the past, they used to poke pinholes to let people see certain things that they deemed were reasonable, and then eventually they shut it down more. I think, honestly, if you gave them full reign, a lot of them would probably see our memes and all that and be like, what the hell are wrong with these people? And that'd be fair. Knowing half our memes, that'd be fair. Okay, one last field to plant, then to fertilize. And then we fertilize it all again tomorrow. And then we just go till harvest time. We will sell the stuff from the greenhouse early. To just get the money to get the grain mill. And then it will be time to grain mill it up. And once I get the grain mill, like I said, I think the next move's gonna be getting a bigger seeder. Now, I haven't decided how much I want to save up for the seeder, because I could definitely do the thing where like I get like the next bigger one. I'm so annoyed at that light up there. I could definitely get like the next bigger one kind of thing. But then, you know, you kind of lose out because you spend like the 15,000 to get the next one, the 25,000 to get the next one, and that's, you know, basically 15,000 you've wasted, or realistically like 7.5 by the time you sell it. All that kind of stuff. They probably want their firewall back in after being exposed to all the propaganda and stupidity on our side. That's fair. We do actually have a lot of propaganda. That isn't being like they have more, we have more. Just this isn't a comparator. This is just by ourselves we have a lot of propaganda. A whole lot of propaganda. All right. I also bought more fertilizer than I need. It filled up real fast. I was expecting to be like, you know, slowly watch it build up, and I blasted through like $9,000 worth of fertilizer in like 10 seconds. I felt, I was like, oh my god, slow down. Sure seems like a little different. Oh no, absolutely. Like, don't get me wrong. We absolutely have differences, like, on all that. But it is one of those things that a whole bunch of people be like, well, they do this. I'm like, uh-huh. We do a lot of awful stuff too. So, you know, if we're gonna do the measuring stick about who's worse, like, we're still gonna be showing up in that running. So let's not throw stones too hard, because then we gotta definitely take a chip off ourselves. And again, this isn't saying they're better or worse or anything like that. Not even a comparator. We got plenty of skeletons in our closet. We definitely had multiple expansions to that closet over the years. And a lot of them are not that far back. As in, still ongoing. But we can avoid digging into specifics because that will very much get very political very quickly. Which is not that we have a strict, like, no politics policy. There's just certain things that, especially on the internet, are very hard to have a civil conversation on. Like, you can start civil at about 2 seconds in, a name gets dropped, and then, you know, pull the pin over the shoulder. It's done. Civility gone. Which is a shame. But I wouldn't say there's not an unofficial no political policy. It's more when you talk about a topic, you'll have, I'd actually say, the vast majority of people, as long as you avoid the blame game, where you don't say like, this party did that, you know, that president did that senator did this, like, as long as you don't get into that area, I usually find it can stay fairly civil. The issue is, sooner or later, someone will be like, but them insert political party, you know, we're the ones responsible for whatever. And then it becomes the them versus us. And then the moment it gets to them versus us, everyone goes back into their lizard brain and starts screaming at each other. And I shouldn't say everyone. A lot of people will start just, you know, you accused my group, so I'm going to accuse your group. And even if they're 100% right on both ends, it just ends up not being productive. That's where it goes from talking with each other to talking past each other. Like the number of times I've seen the discussion where there'll be some hot issue, and we don't need to like select an issue, but there'll be some like contested issue where this group's argument is XYZ and this group's argument is ABC, but they're totally different things. Like they're not. This is not the counter argument to that, or vice versa. They are two pro and con that are independently true, with the fallacy being that one implies the other, which is usually not true. That like if I adopt policy X, you know, there is this existing problem Y gets worse. It's like, well, that's not necessarily true. It depends on how we do policy X. And just if we get rid of policy X, XYZ happens. It's like, well, that's not necessarily true. That's not an immutable fact. We can, like, there are ways we can have mitigating factors, but we're not discussing the quantitative. That, you know, if I do this good thing, this bad thing will happen. All right, well, the good thing happened to, 3 million people, and then the bad thing happened to 2. That's kind of a no-brainer. You do the good thing. That collectively you have done such a significant amount of good that, there are going to be things. And it's so frustrating that it's like, but one person will have a bad time. It's like, look, man, anything causes that. Like, if I go and I grab, like, my food from the counter and I go and I place it over on the area where the sodas get filled and then fill in the soda first, or take it to a table and put it on there, then go back and fill up my soda, I am going to impact people differently. And you could argue one of those would potentially be a negative outcome. Both of them could have negative outcomes, where I'm blocking the soda machine, which delays a person slightly. Or by putting my food on the table, I have effectively reserved the table and it was a spot someone wanted. And, does that have a meaningful impact in society? No. But it still had a negative outcome. It's just a completely irrelevant negative outcome. Yeah, then it sucks to be that one person. Right. Knowing your luck, you'd be that one person. Well, that's the thing. Someone ends up being that one person. And obviously it gave very extreme scenarios. When those numbers get closer, that's when conversations get complicated. Because then we have to take into consideration what's the positive versus the negative. Okay, if it's going to help 10,000 people but hurt 1,000 people, all right, what is the severity? Am I going to completely, turn over these people's lives? It'll go from things that, and make it just, like, way, way better? Cool. And then the 1,000 people die. Well, hang on. That's actually pretty bad. Maybe we should reconsider. Versus, like, okay, maybe this is mildly, trivially more convenient for people, but, it's going to cause, like, a bunch of people horrible, horrible financials. All right, well, of course, the balance isn't there. But you can't have those discussions if people go, well, it's going to cause a problem. Okay, let's discuss the probability of that problem happening, the severity, the quantity. Like, we don't obviously know the answers, but we could get into the magnitudes of what those things could be. And then that can help us make informed decisions. But that's not what happens. People just get to, like, calling each other idiots, name calling, saying you just want to X, or you're one of them, insert term that is derogatory or whatever. And they're like, okay, we're just wasting our times. Can't remove the rocks? So I might be able to get a hydraulic spike and break it, but then I gotta buy a skid loader and the hydraulic spike, which will cost me 50,000 or so. There is also, if I buy the tile that is right in front, I can saw down a sign, but it deletes all the rocks on the map. So I don't want to do that, because I do actually want to have some texture to the map, not just everything is this big field for me to do whatever. Like, I want patches of trees, I want rocks that I have to work around, because it makes it more interesting. Realistically, what I'm going to eventually do is At some point, I'm going to do a cleanup when I have a bunch of money, and one of those cleanups is I'm going to shorten this field about a tractor's length or so. That way, I don't have to worry about the rock. And yeah, does it mean it costs me a little bit of growing area? Right. But I've got the whole map. And once we're to the point that we're pulling in like 100,000 every year plus, that's not a big deal because that's a brand new tile, a brand new tile, 1 or 2 production buildings, a piece of equipment every year, and then, you know, our profit continues to increase and accelerate as we expand our operation. So we'll get to the point we'll be able to make like $250,000 like every year, $500,000 every year. Like that's way down the road. And then when I deal with that, then logistics becomes the problem. Because that's just like dumping people on the field to be like, this is your field, go to work. Now they mess it up, it's like, fine, I don't care. Just get the field done as much as you can. That's good enough. And doing all that kind of nonsense. We'll end up having to have like 8 or 9 of like the big tractors with, you know, separate sets of the equipment. I don't know if we'll get that far, but that is the end game, is when you're starting there and just like, you drive up a tractor to the field and go, AI, take that over. Get the next tractor to the next field, AI, take that one over. You end up wanting to do like different crops at the same time a lot, just so you're not sitting there trying to do all your fields in one day. Considering we're right kind of on the fence of what I could get away with in one day. Until I upgrade my tools. Oh, the other thing I was going to check was if we look at our tractors. Yes, it's just the Brettle is the only one that's kind of in a rough spot maintenance-wise. Because if we look at these, it'll tell you how long it's been operating, how much it's going to cost to repair, all these kind of things, and how long I've been have had it. There is a point that when you've had a vehicle long enough, it is a mechanic in the game that the vehicles gradually will wear out faster and faster. The idea is it's old, like the frame's getting compromised, various parts are wearing out. You know, you got a lot of mileage on it, so the speed at which it needs to be repaired gets faster and faster. And then, you know, eventually it's just like, nah, it's just not worth me keeping this. It's time to, you know, it's time to get a new one. That takes a while. I've only had a couple tractors in all my playthroughs get to the point it's like, no, really, this thing needs to be retired. In this playthrough right so far, we've yet to sell a single tractor. Like, even ones that are just not even remotely powerful enough to deal with a lot of stuff we're doing, I've just been keeping around to do, like, some of the smaller tasks. That way, if my margins get high enough, I can lean on the AI a little bit more, and still turn at least some profit. So that was you know, like if I add a bunch more fields and I can't do them all, if I can send the AI over there to deal with one field and it gets me only like 1,000, 2,000 bucks, but it's a field I otherwise wouldn't be able to do, that's still 1,000, 2,000 bucks of profit. But we'll get there. So hopefully this will be like one of our last times seeding with this thing. That will be switching over to, I think, wheat. Because if I recall correctly, wheat is the one of these crops that's worth the least per unit. So to me, for that to make sense economically, I would probably need to be the highest volume that we get. I have no idea if that's accurate or not, because the game doesn't tell you in-game that I've seen. Other than for me to grow it and then just do a comparison side by side. But we'll see. A little over halfway through this field. It's the last field we got left. I'm gonna be really bummed if the grain mill doesn't work out like I think it's going to. But like I said, they don't really give you the tools to properly compare these things in game. Because like I don't really know how much. Actually, can I check it? Let's check. Be fast. Production. It won't tell me. I believe when I actually get the grain mill, it will tell me like how many liters of whatever grain it takes to make how many liters of flour, which will be a thing. Because my hope is it won't be like, I mean, a 1-to-1 would actually be solid. That 1 liter of grain is 1 liter of flour, but I think it's either 500 or 1,000 liters as a pallet, or whatever equivalent. Like that's I don't think it even tells you when you're looking at the prices. That's like this, you know, grain is, you know, $400 or whatever. I don't think it gives you the units of how much grain is $400. And I can't remember, I think it's 500 liters? So if it was like 100 liters of wheat makes a bag of flour, and a bag of flour is worth the same, roughly, as the wheat. Then that means I would have multiplied my wheat by 5 for the profit. Which would be solid. Okay, we've topped off our cedar. But yeah, I haven't tested, but a lot of rocks in a game you can break with the hydraulic spike, but there's also a lot of rocks that you can't. That some rocks are considered like decorative or whatever. And they don't actually get destroyed. But this map does make it so you can like remove all of the rocks using a special sign. You can also go into like there's a map editor to do that. I wouldn't do that anyways. I'd just work around the rock, make it like part of the scenery. I do also think as I expand the farm, I'm going to move some of these fields that are in the middle here along the road. I'm going to get rid of some of the smaller ones and all that. Put houses and other nonsense in and move the fields out to a farther out distance. But we'll worry about that once I got like, 4 or 5 tiles purchased or whatever. Because that's what I'll want to add more production that we can, get the bread and, have the bakery running. Maybe get a restaurant that we could put like right in the middle to make it actually look like a town. It's also curious to me about stuff like the sell points. That there are sell points you can build, so I can actually build like a fried chicken place. And I'm curious how that works when you own the sell point. Because in theory, would you not be... Like, if you sold your goods there, like you sold your chicken to it, would you not just be selling chicken to yourself and then there isn't like an outside party who buys it kind of thing? I don't know how that works. Because I don't think it like production line the chicken into fried chicken and then your only option is to sell, because that would just be another... Then it'd just be a normal production building. And not all of them produce an output product to my knowledge. Though, it would be highly amusing. You just have a pallet of like chicken nuggets or chicken tenders or whatever that you're selling. Alright, yeah, so we'll definitely get this done with plenty of time left in the day, but I definitely would prefer to get this done before it's dark. It makes it a lot easier then. Okay. Man, it should be relatively easy to compare. We can take the grain mill. I should be able to look at the recipes on it. I think it'll give me the volume, like input output, and we can just do like the quick napkin math of like if oats are worth like 600 and the flour's worth 500, and as long as they get like more than 1.5 bag of flours out of a unit of oat or whatever, the 500 liters or whatever it is, then we're good. We're turning a profit, like more of a profit than we were before. You know, first if it's like, you know, 500 liters of oats makes 1 bag of flour, which point we're losing money, then obviously we just wouldn't do it. We'd just turn it off. I don't think that'll be the case. Okay. We also need to get street lights. I would like to get a lot of lights so we can light up the roads, like they're actual roads and all, like roads you see like in real life with street lights on the sides and all that. Eventually, that's a luxury thing. It doesn't actually do anything to make you more profitable or whatever, other than not getting stuck and stuff. Of course, it got scary with Monica popping in. Monica just wondering where her oat brand is. She's like, I see you're growing oats, but where's my honey? Where's my strawberries? Or sorry, corn, that's the other one. It's strawberry, corn, and honey. No, wait, that's not right. It doesn't matter. He's like, where's my cake? There we go. I see you're planting your grains. You got your strawberries. You're still missing your milk and eggs. Which that'd be one of the fun ones to get going pretty soon, is once we get this established, maybe buy a tile, set up either like a dairy or a chicken farm or whatever, and then we'll have to start doing the thing where we make feed for them. Which ultimately the dairies and all that work just like other production building. Corn go in, egg come out. You know, and sometimes it'll be more complicated. Like you have to have like some veggies, some hay, that kind of stuff, and then milk come out. No cake for Monica? Look. When it came to the cake, what she wanted was just Monica. And that's being pretty selfish. She's feeling deserted. I see what you did there. Alright. There's a couple more passes, then it's fertilizer time, and then the next day will be just fertilizer, which will go real fast. It's like 2-3 passes for an entire field. It'll be even better when I get the liquid fertilizer, because you can get those who are like 45 meters wide or whatever nonsense it is. You're just like, alright, this whole field, one pass, we're done, moving on. Once I get the sprayer, then we'll switch to a cultivator, so the plowing will go way faster, because it won't be plowing, it'll be cultivating. The downside of cultivating is it gets weeds, so I have to roll in with the sprayer with the weed spray. But doing laps the little teeny tiny plow versus a giant cultivator, and then another pass as a giant sprayer. You know, the sprayer and the cultivator are way faster. She was supposed to get a wedding cake? Nah, I don't think so. Now she's in tears. I've got a Punjin command mostly finished. It's not quite there for actually doing the counts correctly, which is the one piece I'm missing. It's not actually going to be like the same borrowed verbatim. It's going to be like, you know, failed to keep anyone in the Punjin where we don't have a Punjin, but it will still count up and effectively do the same thing. Hey, the VS Evo, how's it going? Or sorry, TS Evo. Get just a little bit late. You're not queued for the Punjin. There's some competition for that Punjin. Jespo is fine, easier. Gotcha. Well, thank you. Alright, so I think we're down to 3 more passes before we're done seeding. Then we can hit this with fertilizer super fast and get on with our day. You have to take advantage of the Punjin not existing. All right. One moment. Okay. I know just about none of us are left still being in Christmas Day, like actually in Christmas Day. But again, for those who do celebrate, I do hope you had a fantastic holiday. For those who don't, I hope you had a fantastic day regardless. But yeah, no, it's fun. I also got more. I mentioned that I got a Lego set for the Mars rover. So I've been half tempted at some point to put on the docket if we like get enough subs or bits or whatever that we will do a Lego stream or whatever. I need to check where we're at with the points because I promised if we hit 160 sub points for the month, I'd do 2 Twitch integration streams. 180 sub points, I would do a like we'd take one of the Saturdays I normally take off. I would be here and I would pop on Discord and we would, you know, basically we could play games as a community, like not on stream. I'd be on mic, we could hang out, do all that sort of stuff, play some games, like depending on how many people turned up and what we would do, like whether it be like Among Us, Town of Salem, Phasmophobia, whatever. We could put up to a vote what would actually play. And we had 200 sub points. We would vote on a game that would then come up with an objective for us. And we would set up like a community server or whatever to do that. And then depending on the game and how we'd handle it. Like for example, Factorio, because of how fast we would be able to go through with how many people know how to speedrun that game, it'd just be like while I'm on the server would be available. But something like Farming Simulator or I mean I don't think of it, I don't have the new arc or anything, so it wouldn't be that, but like, you know, Farming Simulator or maybe Terraria or a bunch of other ones I could see like leaving a server that would, you know, pause when no one's on it, but otherwise it'd be up like 24/7. Project Zomboid would be another good one. You know, that kind of thing. We can just have fun with that. But I don't know what points we're at now. Like at the moment we've got 121 subs going on. And I know there's, I think, 3 tier 3s and a tier 2 sub in there. So it's actually somewhere around 136 or something like that is how many sub points we have. But that's still including days from the end of last month. So I got to figure that out. I'll get the final count like literally on New Year's. Like right after New Year's, I'll take a quick peek at what the sub points are at and we'll decide if we make it or not. So we're definitely below it. But I don't know is by how much. Like, I don't know if we had Yeah, like I don't know if we had like a 10 gifty sub bomb or 20 gifty sub bomb right at the end of last month that I'm not considering or whatever. Or if like there's like almost no sub, like there's only like 5 or 6 subs for the entire end of the month or whatever. Yeah, no, the 27th is when the 25% gifted sub starts. I don't know what time zone. So that's the important thing. Just to double check that the gifted subs are going 25% off. Subbing is 25% off right now, and then renewing your subs is 25% off right now. It's not just this channel; it's the platform wide. They're doing a special. The bit special thing they were doing, that they were not matching bits, but they're throwing extra one on, that ended a while back. That was only alive for about a week, but I believe all of that goes to like January 2nd or January 4th or whatever. That said, the whole thing where I'll do like a bunch of stuff, that ends at the end of the month. Because it started at the first day of the month, it's going to end at the last day of the month. Like, at the end of it. Because that's the plan. And if you're wondering where I got the 160, I took like the last, I think it was like the last 6 months, I knocked out, there was one outlier where it was higher than usual. Or higher than the others on average. So I knocked that one out, and then I averaged it out, and then I rounded down to like the nearest 10. So like the average was something like 168 or something, I don't remember. Because I figured like the idea was to reward if we like actually sustain roughly what our sub count was, and then, you know, do even more rewards if we increase. It's just a thing to give people more value for their subs. Like, I'm trying to do more and more of that. You need more coffee? That's probably a thing you could actualize. How many times you heard subs, you had to double check the website a couple times? Oh, like to see that you were subbed kind of thing? Yeah, no, it's just an understood thing. Like, they're doing a special right now. It's a really good time for creators to get subs to happen, because even though they're discounting the subs 25%, the creators are being compensated as if they were full price. So if you'd normally spend $5, I'd get $2.50. But with the discounted price, it ends up being like $3.74. I can't remember the exact amount. We did the math. It was like $3.74, whatever is the exact amount. I still get $2.50. So you get the idea. Like Bitmas, exactly. Twitch is eating the difference, and we're effectively getting more support by the nature of more people are probably going to be willing to sub at the discounted rate, or more willing to gift more subs, or whatever shakes out. Hey, Dojinku, how's it going? It's going pretty good. We're about to get our grain mill here. I'm just going to go ahead and have to put some fertilizer down. We'll wait till the oats grow. I'm going to sell whatever we have at the greenhouses a bit early, so I don't get the maximum value out of it. But that should be enough to get our grain mill. We can harvest all that, and we'll get all that. Not even the difference. It triggered a bot named Twitch. Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Like, they created a difference. But yeah, no, the Bitmas thing is over, to be clear. That was going on for a good 5, 6, 7 days. Those who don't know, Dojinku does a variety of content on the platform. What were we playing recently? We were playing some Baldur's Gate 3. So if you're looking for some Baldur's Gate 3, you can find it over there. It's all that good stuff. Alright, so seeds are all down. And now I can grab a fertilizer. I'm going to have to try and do it mostly by the GPS. Let's see, we were having a holiday special due to you got a cardboard cut up of Astrian, one of my main characters in real life. Oh, I'm sure they had fun with that. I'm sure they had all the fun with that. I don't know, as a wolf, I guess? Automod grabbed one. Said, was that a wolf with laryngitis getting stabbed in the butt? No, it was just a wolf sound. I know I'm overlapping heavily. I can't see what I'm doing, so we're just going for it. Baldur's Gate 3 is such a good game. I'm jealous of your cardboard Asterian, says Nakumer. Yeah, no, Baldur's Gate is one, like, I played it briefly on the channel, and people enjoyed it, but, like, it really didn't do well. Like, chat was super active, but, like, there wasn't many chats. And that was, like, the second time I had messed with it, I think. I can't remember. It's one of those games I feel like there's never a good time for me to jump in kind of things. Because there's so many people who are really big that have huge viewership were playing it way longer than they intended. And so by the time they finished, people were pretty burned out on it. At least that's the way it feels to me. So, I don't know. Maybe it's a game I'll go to at some point, but I don't know. Like, part of me is worried about backseat gaming at this point as well. Salam says, I'm a bigger streamer, but a bigger fish in this pond. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm exactly a big streamer. It's definitely complicated to stream, you admit, because it really takes a long time to get forward. Yeah, no, it's a tricky one. Yeah, no, exactly. It also can be very difficult to stream because it's a very long game. Okay. So we finally finished planting it all. We got it all fertilized. We do another round of fertilizer today. GG planting everything. Yep. Someone on your Discord server posted that they are a mathematician, and for Christmas they got a clock that displays the time using mathematical equation instead of traditional numbers. I used to have a binary clock. Like, and I was able to very readily read it, kind of thing. You just adjust the way it works. But yeah. The only big negative wasn't an alarm clock, it was just like a regular clock. In one of the places you worked, there was a clock that had no numbers at all, just a blank face. So much trolling has been done back then. Oh, we need to repair this. I'm not sure if you noticed there, it's not spraying the full pattern it's supposed to be. So it's gotten damaged enough that it's having a reduced spread. We did just the first pass on that. I'm really hoping between like repairs and all that we don't push it over the edge where... I mean, we still have a couple of trees, so we're like right there. I can knock down a tree or two. Make the difference. No, I'm not gonna grab more. It's very, very expensive, and this should be plenty, because we only grabbed up to like 20-something%. So this should be enough to get me through this time, because I want to get the, grain mill this time. And if I push much farther, it won't happen. Because they already did top this up a little bit. But it was like, to get it from like the 12% or whatever it was at to like 19 cost us like $9,000 or something. Like, it really added up fast. I'm thinking it's probably too much. Oh man, please stop taking the money. We're getting right to that fence where I'm not going to be able to afford, and I'm not going to be happy about it. Because I keep, like, it's been like 2-3 streams now, I'm like, oh, this is the stream we're going to get it. And then, you know, it just doesn't happen. Like, the first one we weren't even close. But the last one we got to like 92,000. But now we're down a bit because we just did another major planting. Since we got the 92,000. Where does the money keep going? Repairs, maintenance, seed. Like, we ran out of seeds. I had to, like, get those up, but that's been something very thing. So the game is a tease, pretty much. There's just lots of little incidentals. Like, we're still turning a pretty solid profit. It's just, we were, like, right on the fence, but it was right on the fence before we started our next round of planting. And planting, you can see I have to, like, do seeds, fertilizer, and all that, and I had run out of seeds, which is something I only buy once in a long while. I have to buy them. I go through about, like, 1.5 boxes per full-time planting. Might be an idea to replace the equipment entirely, but that means, like, so yes, it does degrade faster, but when you're talking about degrading faster, it only adds up to like 1,000 versus buying this tractor, which is, you know, 2,500,000, not counting any upgrades. Yes, there is going to be a point where it stops making sense to maintain it. We are nowhere near that point. And that just sets us back again on profit. Like, that's the big catch. Is anything I spend money on that is not in the direction of keeping our profit up has to be absolutely necessary. So, like, seeds are necessary because I can't grow crops without them. Fertilizer is necessary because I use that to take my crop from being to, like, actually good. Maintenance is necessary because there's tons of penalties on it. But if we look at our stuff, the only one of these that's really in the range of being being maybe worth replacing, is my fertilizer thing here. Which just means it wears out faster, which is annoying. But it's so cheap to repair it, I don't really care. Because it is ultimately, like, every time I turn around, so, like, I'm exaggerating. It's like, oh, you should buy this. Like, no money. I should buy that. No money. Should buy this. No money. It's like, well, it'll make you money. It's like, well, no, it won't. It doesn't actually increase the thing. It just saves me time, but that's time I actually don't need to increase my revenue. It gives me more real-life time back, which is nice, but it's not based on game time, which is the thing that actually matters for profit. You think the tide... Oh my god, no. That is not even remotely close. Dear goodness. There are times I've gotten new tractors that just going through one set of my fields, I will need to repair it, like, more than once because it'll be, you know, degraded down to like 80%. The game does have stuff wear out way faster than reality. Dungeon Goose says, gonna hop, it'll work. Because you haven't had breakfast yet. So enjoy your breakfast and your coffee now. Thank you for the lurk. No, the game will actually turn around. It will make the number in your inventory for like the tractor. It'll actually turn it red when it's like, oh yeah, this thing's like getting worn. And like, don't get me wrong, someone may have done the math, but you got to keep in mind with the repairs, I have to buy the new equipment, and so the new equipment here is $230,000 for just the tractor. So yes, if it starts to having a little bit more costly repairs, those will add up in time. But it takes a while before it justifies burning $230,000, considering I'm going to sell this for like less than half its value. How much kickback do we get for the old tractor? We can actually check in this one. If I were to sell this tractor... Why am I blanking on where this is? Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong place. If I were to sell this tractor, I'm just correcting my course a little bit, I would get $39,000. I would lose about $200,000 of the initial cost. That's how much the depreciation hurts you. So the repairs would have to be enough that it overcomes the $200,000 cost that I'm going to have to pull from somewhere. So even if I wanted to buy a replacement tractor, we're about shy about $160,000. No, 100. You get the idea. The point is, I'm going to be using these a bit more in the wear and tear, which, yes, it'll cost me some maintenance. But that's just it. Very, very genuinely, you don't need to replace your equipment that fast. Like, in real life or video game. You don't drive a car off the lot, you put 20,000 miles on it and go, get this out of here. Like, what is the amount I've driven this? The tractor here. Ooh, where are you? There's the smaller tractor. Yeah, so the tractor I've had the longest, my oldest piece of equipment is 71, yeah, so it's this tractor, is 71 months old. And I bought it used, so not all those months were actually mine or whatever. This tractor is a bit over 5 years old. If the tractor has to be replaced after 5 years, I'm having a very, very, very big conversation with the manufacturer about how crappy their product is. You save some money with fewer repairs, but yeah, it'll take a while until it saves money. Well, that's the thing. Like, if you sell it too soon, you never actualize any of that saving because you burnt it all in buying a new tractor. So it is one of those things that there is a give point where it stops making sense to keep the tractor you've got because the cost of, think of it almost like a monthly payment. That you have the tractor for how long you own it, and there's a monthly payment that is equivalent to that depreciation and everything that you're paying. And at the same time, you also have the maintenance and that monthly payment. There is a point that going back and restarting all of that makes sense. But the depreciation kind of happens earlier, so it's a thing that you play catch-up. It's a thing that actually happens, like, I don't care about depreciation on my car in real life. I'm not going to expect to get a meaningful amount of money out of selling my car. Like, not if I use it. But there is a point where the cost, if I were to, in real life, take a loan to buy a new car and get payments and all that, that the expected maintenance I'm going to be dealing with begins to exceed what that payment would be. And that's the point when you buy a new car. Because keeping your old cars now become more expensive to getting a new car. And that's also factoring in maintenance on the new car, which will be very cheap when you first get it. And then, you know, as the mileage pills up and on. Totaling a car has nothing to do with damage, as though the car is BER. Don't know what the abbreviation is in this context, and I didn't say totaling. Totaling a car is when you say, the car, car goes into junk. Beyond economic repair. Well, we're not even talking about beyond economic repair either. We're talking more layman's. You could still repair the car. It would still be potentially economical. However, it's more cost effective for me to buy a new car. Which you could say that's beyond economic repair, but usually insurance companies beyond economic repair is it's not worth the premiums to deal with it, to do the repair, that it's better to just throw you the check and say get out of here. Which is usually a much, much lower value on your car. Beyond economic repairs when buying the same car would be cheaper than repairing it with that is? Well, okay. But that's buying the same car. We're talking, you'd be buying whatever the reasonable current date equivalent would be. But yes. But that's also what we've got going on here with this car, or these tractors, is it's not damage either in the traditional sense, it's wear and tear. But that is literally what you're repairing. That is the thing you're repairing, is the wear and tear. Your oil, you're doing the oil filter, you're doing your spark plugs, your wires, your starter, your battery, whatever. They just hand wave it away. It's not there's a big chunk out of the side of your car or something. So beyond economic repair is how much it's going to cost me to repair on average, yada yada yada. Which is based on how fast it wear and tear is based on the age and the cost of repair. Alright, so you're still growing. I just want to double check, because sometimes I've had these not update correctly. I should be keeping an eye on this. That's literally one of the fertilizer spreaders we've got and all that. It would be good to have two of them, but that's two things depreciating at the same time that I don't really need. I could just dump the stuff out, grab the other stuff I need, and deal with that. Because sooner or later, it's going to ask me to put lime down again. I'm not looking forward to that, so that's going to be an expense. I think we actually have a bunch of lime set down. Alright, we're almost there. Yep, so next in-game month, we get our oats. And so the hope is that I can sell the stuff from the greenhouses at their not as good rate and make the difference, because it only needs to be about 8,000. I don't know if that will happen or not, but we're going to find out. Now I'm going to play Mechanic Simulator Tractor Edition. That would probably be fun. Okay, so we've got that's all right for harvest. But before we bother with that, let's grab our tractor. Let's do a quick sale. You sleep on a bus? Yep, a burnt out bus. This was a Survivor Man challenge, or is a Survivor Man challenge, which basically means I started with a chainsaw. I'm not baling. What would I bale? Grass? The baler, I think, runs like 15 or 17,000. I need to not spend more money. Everyone is like, buy things. Buy things. Like, no, I need to save up for the thing. I'm trying to save up for things that help me make money. I know a baler could, but then I'm going to need a lawnmower. And then I'm going to need the other things and all that. You're talking about, actually, you will probably want me to get the straw, don't you? From the oats. The thing is, if I get the straw, I can't get the granary. We're getting the freaking granary. That's what we're getting, is we're getting the granary. I've been trying to get a hold of the granary for like 3 streams now. The granary is what's happening. If we can afford it, which is actually a pretty big if. I had not anticipated just how big of a punch that fertilizer was going to be. That fertilizer took like 9,000 out of us. I have a fever, and flour is the only cure. It's a very particular fever, and it's got very bland taste, but it is in fact a fever. I want a production line. It's what I want. I want to get a production line up and running. Oh, not this again. We literally just did this. You can get this up pretty easily like that. We're working on baking a cake. I know, right? You want to see how long a baler would pay for itself on straw? I mean, we could do that later. But right now, we got other priorities. Like, that's the thing that actually gets you in trouble in these kinds of challenges, is you keep going, ooh, piece of candy, and buying the next piece of equipment to get something that takes, you know, 10 plus months to pay, well, probably longer than that, take you like 2 or 3 years to pay for itself kind of thing. And you go, why can't I make any money? And it's because you keep buying stuff that's like giving you fistfuls of change each day. Like, don't get me wrong, you can make some serious money baling. Like, if you do the whole thing where you get grass, you bale it, you sell the grass, you can basically have a near no-cost start kind of thing. That's not real. You can get a relatively cheaper start, and then you could sell for, like, several hundred, like, every load from the baler and all that. It's actually probably a couple thousand. Like, you know, 2,000-3,000 per load or whatever. Couple thousand every single day kind of thing. And it does add up. That said, I really didn't want to go the route of going for mowing the grass, because that is, when I say it's a meta, it's not a real meta. Like, a real meta be doing like silage or whatever, because that's real solid money. Oh, it's gonna be just shy, isn't it? That's okay. I can probably toss a tree on there. I mean, also worst case, I take one of the loads of oats and just sell it. I don't want to. I'll probably have to. Yeah, that fertilizer, that set us back. That set us back a lot. Like, we're in a much better position now than we were. We've restocked all of our seeds, all that stuff, but I don't think this is gonna be enough to cross that last 3,000. And there's no more in there. That's it right there. Yeah, like I said, I got a couple trees here and there that we could pull a tree or two. That would probably potentially push us over the edge. I also need to start harvesting, because I need to do the well, I mean, we can technically harvest today and tomorrow. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Yeah, so I can knock down one of these trees back here. A couple of them would be plenty to push us over the edge, get the It's cold. Understood. Get the grain mill set up. Once the grain mill set up, I can start harvesting and dumping all of the stuff we harvest into the grain mill. You know, the absolute worst... Yeah, the absolute worst case is I sell a field. One field should be plenty. I'd rather not, because I don't know how fast we're going to go through the material to make it worthwhile. Come on, keep going. Come on, keep going. You're almost there. Don't short me the last little bit. You're just going to short me the last little bit. I mean, we're a couple hundred off. We're close enough. If I chuck a tree or two on there, a tree's worth about 1,500. That'll be plenty. So just chuck a tree on this thing real fast. Sell the lumber. Because also if I sell the oats now, I'm getting a far, far reduced rate than if I wait. And I do not want to wait. There's a reason I haven't taken the time to knock down all the trees that, like, once things stabilize money, I stopped cutting them down for a while. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Is there a shovel to manually plant trees, or is that a mod? That's a mod. There's actually no hand tools outside of the chainsaw until you mod. It's like no hand hoe, no hand shovel, no wheelbarrow, that kind of stuff. All right. Now, and that's half of why those mods exist, is for doing stuff like this, but being able to, like, do other systems that aren't really available in the early game way beforehand. Because otherwise, to plant trees, I want to say it's a couple 100,000 by the time you get all the equipment. Because you have, I think there's a header you can buy that's pretty expensive. And then you need a tractor powerful enough to handle it. Not counting the actual, like, trees themselves, like the saplings or whatever. You think it's close to 1 million? Could be. Well, I think there was a header for it that you didn't need, like, the full piece of equipment. Yeah, because the full piece of equipment, yeah, I think you're right. It's probably up there. So I'm hoping this will be enough to push it over the edge. Like, this will definitely get to the 95,000. But I'm going to level a little bit of terrain just to make it work. And there'll be time to start harvesting and start hauling stuff to the flour mill and all that. I want to pick up the pace because I do have to harvest all those fields. Now, good news is the harvester is a bit faster than our seeder. Now, we are going to have to sell the stuff basically as fast as it pops out. We're not going to be able to wait till... a good price. I'm not going to worry about whatever I was going to plant today if we were going to plant some today. Okay. Let's do this. Construction. So let's look at our options for bakeries, because there's 2 of them. Or grain mill, not bakery. We've got our first grain mill here. Cool. Looks like that. And I believe there'll be a second one down here. Because a lot of them, they give you 2 options. Or not. Maybe it's just the one. I live with that. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? And we have a grain mill. After all this time, finally. And just like that, $96,000 is gone. And now it's time to collect a whole bunch of oats and put them inside there to make ourselves some flour. On your way to buying your first home. Congrats. Check the recipes? I will. Give me just a moment. Alright, let's check our production lines. Okay. So oat flour. Ooh, that's actually a pretty good rate. 15 oats it becomes literally more flour than what we started with. Okay, that isn't half bad at all. So check the oats. It's interesting that list that as buying and all that. So yeah, at the maximum we have the oats at about 618. Now we check our flour. It's basically almost in the same realm of price, but I'm literally increasing the amount we get. Okay. Oh, wait, I needed that. Yeah, so we're going to need to move all stuff around. I'll build an actual parking lot later for this. Right now we don't have the money, as in we don't have, like, any money. But, first of all, it is time to get our oats. It's Belgium. It's a place called Dahan. Okay, cool. Now the next big question is on our schedule. Okay, so I would need to plant the wheat if I'm going to do it in 2 in-game months. Let's take a quick peek at these recipes and see if we can see a huge difference. So wheat, it's 5 to 4. 30 to 23. Oats is slightly up, and sorghum is slightly up. Ah, but wheat can do a ridiculous number of cycles per month. So then the idea would be here, you get a slight reduction in the amount of wheat you go in, about 20% reduction. But in return, when we check your prices, we compare wheat, it's at $396 versus flour is worth $600. So you're going to, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. So you're basically getting a product that is worth about twice as much as the initial wheat, but at a 20% reduced efficiency. So it's kind of like take that max amount and knock it down by about 20%. And that's the total. So that'll be about 1.5-ish times. Like 1.5 and some change times as much. You say something weird? Sorry, you have ADHD. There's a lot of people here who do, including myself. Yeah, so it seems like the answer is going to be for us to get to do wheat. Which means we got 2 months to prep the field and all that. That'll be good. That'll be good to get like 1.5 times my return from these fields. Ish. Like that's when we do the wheat. The oat won't be that good. At least I don't think it'll be that good. But it does seem like the wheat's big because it also could process like 3,600 liters a day or some nonsense. Versus was significantly lower. I think you still have to sell at least one load. Hey, Rollies. Thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. You've been here 3 streams in a row, and that means a lot, so thank you for that. Oh, to turn on the mill? I don't... So I think the mill doesn't charge you until the end of the day. I could be wrong about that. If that is the case, then I'll have to do what I have to do. I might also get lucky and there might be like one more of the containers have shown up at the greenhouse or knock down a tree. I'd probably knock down a tree before selling this because the tree, until I build a sawmill, doesn't really go up and down. And I'm probably not going to build a sawmill anytime soon because I don't intend to just driving around knocking down trees regularly. This is just kind of a stopgap. Okay. I think charging per cycle doesn't show it till the end of the day, but will stop if it has to charge more than you have. Gotcha. Well, it's also possible I could just set it to sell as it goes. Well, I mean, it probably wouldn't have enough for... I don't know if the cycle is like per round or per like the full unit. If I have to sell something, I have to sell something. That's fine. That's it. I'll knock down a tree and I'll do that, mostly because, to me, I can take this and increase its money. If I sell right now, I'm selling at the worst time of year to sell it, so I'm getting the least I can out of it. Versus if I knock down a tree to bump it over the top, I'm selling the tree at a time it doesn't really make that big of a difference when I sell it. Not the same as it will be for this. This will be like half the value I would get normally. But the other downside is I'm going to get is between trying to plant stuff and topping off the water, we're going to be struggling on money until we start getting our payout. Now, it could even be that we just, rather than deal with the greenhouses and like selling it at the premium time, we could just turn it on to auto sell and focus on the grain mill now. That wouldn't be the most efficient. I don't think we do that right away, but I definitely see doing that in time. Or not. Part of the fun is collecting all those things and watching that money rush in all one go. I do understand eventually we'll have too many things for me to do all of them. So I'll choose like kind of the biggest wins there. Honestly, at the time it'll take me to drive that over there, load it up, and drive back, I'll just drive this over here, start a new row. I also need to clear all my junk out of the way of the greenhouse. We'll also see, because it's entirely possible, I will put this in and we'll just overfill it in no time. If that's the case, then we'll absolutely need a silo, and I don't know if we need a silo yet. If we need a silo, that'll be a pretty big setback. Okay, so oats, production cost, oh, it's $24 a month. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we don't have anything to worry about there. $24 a month. We are beyond good on that one. Yeah, it's more than zero, just. Yeah, which does mean the good news is that building really doesn't cost as much to operate. But we're probably going to end up selling some of the flour and some of the stuff from the greenhouse earlier than I want to, which I'm not excited about, but that is what it is. Yeah, no, I gotcha that it was going to be multiple cycles. That's the thing. It's like I haven't had any of the buildings I've done production on cost me more than like $50 in an in-game month. And then there's like the cost for having the building, which is usually like $200 or something like that. Like I said, I'm willing to bet by the time the day's over, we'll probably have some more stuff at the greenhouse. We might get lucky and have ourselves a bag of flour. I'm probably just gonna have to eat the fact that we're not gonna get the full value out of it to keep everything up and running. But that's okay. We're still getting the multiplier on it. It'll be the same as me taking whatever one bag of flour's worth of oats and driving that up and dropping it off at the cheap price. But I still get the whatever amount multiplier it is from my oats. Gotcha. I have a feeling just buying the flour, driving it over there, shoving it in the machine, and then trying to sell the flour back. I imagine if you do turn a profit, it's probably pretty negligible. Otherwise, the answer to like making infinite money would be just building machines and just towing stuff from the place. Just loading up as many pallets as possible. Right, you have yourself a good lurk, Nakumer. And Merry Christmas to you, and thank you so much for that lurk. That said, now that we've got that thing up, once we get to the point where I'm not like on the very edge of just able to put the crops in the ground, we are going to start saving up for upgrading some of our tools. I think the first on my priority list is going to be the cedar, because that cedar is really painfully slow. So I think we'll get the cedar, and I want to deal with the harvester. I think the harvester isn't going to be one I can do like one and done or anything like that. Well, yeah, so the oats are more than 1-to-1. Yeah, the oats are more than 1-to-1. The wheat was slightly less than 1-to-1. But the advantage there is the price difference is like 1.5. I think we estimate like the price is gonna be 1.5 what I would otherwise get ish, which would be really good. But that's the thing. Production lines in this game is where the real money is at from everything you like. I've seen pretty much any with any run. That said, I don't think I'm going to go super long tonight. So it might be one of these things that we might actually save before the end of the day kind of thing. That I think I might load up the grain mill another time and then start wrapping, so I do apologize for that. I am happy that we finally do have the grain mill, because like I said, I naively thought like 2 streams ago I was gonna get it, and then we end up with like 30,000 at the end of the stream. Like, oh yeah, I'm not even close. Or it's like 60,000, whatever it was. It was just I was off by tens of thousands of dollars. Like, all right, we're not even close. I do apologize for this. I'm gonna after stream I'm gonna fuss with my lights and see what the heck has gone that's changed. Like maybe one of these lights got bumped between Tomb going back and forth, we didn't see it, or you know, me dealing with stuff packing, like, who knows? Something got moved. It could even be the green screen got nudged back. Like, that's... Part of me wants to, like, just bolt this stuff to the floor and be like, this is the spot. Don't move. But, I don't want to damage my floor. It's not worth it. Yeah, no, it's... My point was, I wasn't trying to blame Tomb. My point was that between us moving around in here, something clearly got nudged or moved or something. I did follow up immediately saying I could have done it too with packing. Yeah, so something got moved. And now's the whole thing. Let's see. World 100 is like, greenhouse are where the money's at. The coffee production mod has raw coffee grain houses. Well, yeah, but that's a mod. I'm not, like, the moment you say, this mod makes a bunch of money, I can be like, alright, there's a billion mods, I can just hit the button, it just prints money. That said, you know, don't get me wrong, I actually agree that greenhouses are solid. Like, this map comes with some greenhouses in it that we're not using, because we had them early on. I got rid of them because they were way too powerful. They were producing like $40,000 or $50,000 a day with like almost no operating cost. I'm like, that is not balanced. Those have got to go. So we got rid of them and got the vanilla ones in there, which seemed far more reasonable. Because $40,000 or $50,000 a day to like put some pretty much free water into it was not even like. Literally, don't do anything else in the game. There's no reason. Just line up nothing but greenhouse. The downside, you had to fill them up all the time. I think they're better, but they're definitely not perfect. Because like when I move my arm, you can still see the edges on it. I can do better than that. We can get there. All right. So, and then I'm going to check when I have 2 of these have been fully loaded in there, how much that fills the grain mill. I have a feeling this grain mill actually has some pretty significant storage. Which is good, because I am hoping I can just absolutely dump material in there. And it'll be good. So let's take a quick peek at it real fast. So yeah, we only like barely noticeably register at all that there's oats in there. So we can absolutely just pile in. We already have a full pallet of flour just about done. So that's going to be really good. Now that said, what is going to end up happening here first of all, for all of you over there on the YouTube side of things, I'm going to be letting you go first, so don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, they're gone. And